Hello, welcome to Dungeons & Dragons Curse of Strahd. I wrote a thing because I want to start introducing everybody to get us hype. So coming in today we have Riley as the miraculous menagerie Volk Moonchild. We have Matt helming the Legion of the Lost as Redmond Gill. Astora is our resident good drow and maiden of Elistray, Diana Lothryn. Mia playing the rapturous and ever-rising rapscallion Rory Fahrun. And we are missing our other two players. But there we go. Thank you. Well, we had Drewski taking on the Ebony Enchantress and Monster Hunter Apprentice Ezmerelda Davenir, and Habiki playing the noble embodiment of vengeance and Princess Frost Maiden herself, Ireena Myth.
Once again, we are cut out of more Ilena stuff.
Yep.
We will have the backstory eventually.
Eventually. It'll be the last session. The last session, it'll turn out that the whole time Ileena's been secretly Strahd's mistress or something, and she goes around and turns and kills all of you.
Fuck. Knew it.
Spoilers.
They are psychic.
Well, now that we have introduced everybody, why don't we begin by talking about what happened last week?
Oh, yeah. So
Nothing bad happened, and no character made a bad decision that we up against them.
yeah. Okay, so we start off.
I mean, I think two of us did that.
Yep. What were you saying, Matt?
I was going to say we start off any wonderful D&D session with the D in D&D with dragons. We were fighting.
Yeah.
White dragon.
In a dungeon.
In a dungeon. We've got the two Ds.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Double D's.
Double Ds.
You got the D.
Okay. And so we fought this undead monstrosity that was Rosalin's half-dead white dragon that has now become a Dracolich due to the presence of Strahd, who was in the room watching us fight for his amusement, commenting very unhelpful comments in the battle. After a very rough and very brutal battle, we were able to slay the white Dracolich, but downside is that Strahd uses this opportunity to grab this life gem that the Dracolich was sitting on. The party, unwavering in their pursuit of this item, fought against Strahd, literally using tooth and nail, often going to the brink of unconsciousness just to come back again and fight, and were able, through wonderful convincing of Ilena, through the subterfuge of Rory and Volk, were able to pry this gem from the fingers of Strahd. Strahd retreated, but left his venomous mark as he conversed with Rory and some other party members, and perhaps for some others' pain, Rory spent a bit too much time conversing with Strahd and unnerving words were happened, especially as a resident of
It's true.
After this discussion, there was much tension between the two, but we resolved to rest and lick our wounds and then talk about this at some time. We ascended the stairs to find
Siegfried.
Absolutely dissected into nothing but pieces, and the abbot gone. Deciding to find a way to heal the wounded Basilka that has had an attachment to
Raymond. Everybody loves Raymond.
Everyone loves Raymond. We decided to use Volk's ability to channel lightning from nature. So we went outside. Volk channeled their wonderful abilities, but an earlier encounter with pine trampling hags. Was it hags?
It was a very ancient and possibly old hag. Yes.
Yes. A very ancient possible hag has left Volk disturbed.
Grappling with sanity?
Grappling with sanity as a sense of laughter pervades all acts of reality for them. And so, while channeling lightning, they got absorbed too much in the power, too absorbed in the spectacle of it all, and lost control. This caused Vizilka to wake up screaming, and Redmond to go over and make sure she's okay, but in the process, get lightning channeled through his body to unconsciousness. Through desperate attempts of sudden urgency, the party rushed to free the Mongol folk that were now burning as the abbey was set alight by the lightning. And so, after a very frantic attempt, we now stand outside the ramparts, safe but damaged in invisible ways.
It's true. And we left last time with the mongrel folk howling up at the rising moon. It is about the middle of the night. You folks have not rested for a very long day, a day that feels like it has been 2 months at least. Yes, and we open up on this scene as the wintry curse of the White Dragon fades away. The place is burned up in front of you, and below, Crest continues smoldering from the meteor that was dropped on it. What would y'all like to do?
Fire.
Is there any, like, shelter still available up here? Or is it all just burn?
I will bring us to the map. I got rid of the map. Because I didn't think we were coming back here.
Just the watchtower was made of stone or something, I think?
Yes.
I don't know what to say. Maybe.
Well, there was the wall, and then there was a secondary wall. I think that was entirely made out of stone.
Yes. So the Abbey courtyard is still surrounded. The building itself, like from here to here, is burned up almost completely. The fire is so hot that you can actually hear the cinder blocks cracking under the weight of it. It is as if this place wanted to burn away. So the watchtowers are still up and ready to go. And you visited one of them previously, where Otto had built a little nest of sorts, full of little knickknacks, and he shared some of his questionable cooking.
Wonderful. Wonderful?
Wonderful.
Wunderbar.
Wonderful. Yeah. Alright, is everyone okay? Everyone breathing? Okay?
Maybe a bit too much smoke, but besides that, it should be fine.
Okay. Let's get everyone accounted for, make sure we didn't forget anyone, and just try and reorganize what's going on.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about these people?
So there are a total of 29 mongrel folk that you were able to rescue. A number of them have small children, mongrel folk. There's 3 children. They're all not old enough to walk. They're being held by particularly docile mongrel folk. As I've described previously, mongrel folk are a mishmash of many different types of animals, parts mushed onto humans. All of them have some sort of madness or other. But the most docile among them are carrying these small children. The rest of them are eyeing one another. Some of them are flexing. There is a mongrel folk who has a pair of very large bat wings extending out from under her arms, and she is eyeing the sky suspiciously and shifting about in the ground, feeling herself. There is Mishka, the spider mongrel folk, who Rory set free from the well, who is convinced that he needs to kill people. So he is eyeing everybody suspiciously, and the mongrel folk in general are, now that their rage and sorrow has been expressed in this large howl, they are beginning to eye one another and you all suspiciously as they stand out here in the snow.
I feel the need to take charge behind so prepared. I the party. What's everyone looking like right now? Gang. This is
Gang.
you. Gang.
I've been muted this whole time. Wow.
Oh no.
I think we all like shit. Diana is pretty beat up. I'm on 16 hit points. I'll say to Redmond, I have no idea what we're going to do with these people. They are clearly a danger to everyone around them and themselves.
And what's everyone else looking like? Say hi, Green. With no response, I suppose, and I'll just kind of like try and grab an elevator platform in the snow. I imagine there's nothing really.
Sure.
I'll try and make myself feel better.
Vasilka is holding on tightly to your arm, so she will come with you. She is just staring at the burning abbey. Just a look of absolute terror on her face. Just not letting go of you even a little bit.
Okay, right. Everyone, I know this is new. This is not the cages you were maybe raised or born with, but things need to change, and that means all of you. If you all wish to survive at this point, you need to listen to us. This is a guarantee that we'll do our best to keep you safe and sane. I imagine not many of you have left the Abbey at all before.
You are interrupted at this by a barking laugh from amongst the mongrel folk, and you hear Cloven speak up. He says, from the midst of a drink of wine, he says, "Keep us safe. I can't stop the crying. That's what you did to me. You're not going to keep us safe. You're just going to put us in a different prison and make sure we can never be happy."
I raise my voice in this and says, the advantage of keeping you in prison is very little. We would not have saved you if we wanted to keep you in prison. We would not have saved you if we do not value each of your lives.
Life is cheap, says Mishka, the spider mongrel folk. Life exists just to be eaten and consumed. That's all we do. We eat and we consume and then we get better.
And then I look at him and says, it is so much more. For if it was all about that, I would have let only the fire consume you. But no, we don't do that because we, at our hearts, know better. I look at all of you now and I don't see mongrels or freaks or anything that Abbott may have said or tragedies. I see people, I see individuals, I see full of life, brimming with hopes, passions, possible growth. And sure, this may be demurred by the prison you have been in, but I guarantee you do not have to live in a prison anymore. The world is free, and as long as you abide by it, as we all do, you can achieve your deepest dreams. And I will do my best to guarantee you with my body on the line.
You hear a scent from one very loud mongrel folk who carries a very large shovel, like a walking stick. He says, "I knew it! I knew they would help us. We're beautiful, you know. It's just like he says. I've been saying it for years. We're the best!" As Otto tries to cheer everybody up. Most of the mongrel folk just roll their eyes.
I would like to go over to Mishka specifically, spider mongrel folk.
He has his hands tight to his chest, and he's just sort of fiddling. You can see that the fingers of one hand, they're spider legs, and the other hand has bits of fur on it. And so he's just sort of picking at himself as he stands there in the snow.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a bit closer to him and then whisper next to him. Your old master locked you up and left you to die. Meanwhile, I set you free and saved your life. You better not forget that. And I'm just giving him a message.
I'll never forget that.
If you try to attack us, you will die.
I'll never forget that.
Good.
I'm hungry. Do you have any rats or any bats maybe? Anything small I could eat?
There should be more than enough rats that have left the abbey, should there not?
Could I go and find some?
There's a little forest right there, my dear. Go and hunt.
He smiles very wide, and it is odd because one half of his mouth is spider mandibles sort of sticking out through the skin as if erupting like a abscessed tooth. But he grins at you and then scampers off into the woods. With that, the bat-winged mongrel folk shrieks and she says, "I've had enough of this! You're all agents of the devil! You've come here to take us and kill us and watch us! I'm out of here!" And then she begins flapping her wings and flying away. But one wing is a little smaller than the other, so she's careening a little bit as she goes.
I say those who wish to stay, that if you do, we can do our best to help. But if you wish to leave, it is your decision. We will not stop you. But know this. As long as you choose to be by my side, our side, I will give you my undying help. Each individual one.
A number of them look at you, and you get the sense that this is the first time they've ever heard anybody be kind to them in their entire lives.
I'm trying my best. Matt is not a charismatic person.
That's okay.
Red is.
They are immune to charm, so they don't have any magical influence. But Redmond has reached a number of them, and Otto will begin talking to them and bringing them around, and yeah. A number of them stay. 23 remain. The rest run away.
That is pretty good. To the ones leaving, I would say before they leave, your chains have been broken and you're finally free. Don't let yourself get locked up again. The second time is usually much, much worse.
Many of them don't seem to really understand all that you're saying to them. I'm doing a bad job role-playing it, but their common is a little broken, and they don't have a lot of vocabulary. So the amount to which they understand common may be a little on the low end, but they get the gist, and they are very scared of you, Rory.
This was more, don't fuck up and get caught by the humans because they will fucking murder you.
They seem frightened by you, and all of them give Cloven a very wide berth, who is sitting in the middle, completely despondent and not listening to anybody.
Damn. Okay.
Still got the touch.
Jesus Christ.
Feels good to be back. What? I
Okay.
said.
First, we get some shelter. We stay warm. We get some food. I'm sure all of you are quite hungry, right?
All of them nod, and they say, Cloven hasn't fed us in days.
Then let's change that. Right. We'll organize some hunting parties, supervised by one of us, and we'll do our best to help. Okay. How about we make this area a camping spot? We'll get some material. I'm sure there's something we can get from over by the abbey.
Okay. If we are going to go the foraging route, you can definitely set something up. If you're going to use the watchtowers, there's only enough room in there for about 4 or 5 people comfortably.
I mean, I assume, like, can we do something where we kind of use the watchtowers and the walls kind of like a strong wall, and then we can make some lean-tos and things like this?
You certainly can. I will say that everything up here that is wood is gone because of the raging, supernaturally provoked fire. But we could certainly get a survival check. One of you, if you would like to lead the party building shelter, you can make a survival check, and whoever is hunting can roll for that as well.
I'm somewhat good at survival.
So look, I was thinking we have several hunting parties. Each of them actually probably not give Volk by themselves, but everyone else.
Yeah, like Volk should rest.
I will say, as you look over the mongrel folk, it occurs to you that many of them aren't actually particularly mobile either. Their mismatched limbs means many of them have trouble moving much at all. It was a miracle that you got them out of here. It would not be particularly useful to bring them with you on a hunt.
I see. Okay. So, is there any that can come with us on a hunt?
Yeah. I don't have a random generator for mongrel folk, but I'll see if Google has one.
And
Oh.
I'll say to
I was going to say to Redmond actually, are we sure that this is going to work? Most of these people can barely walk on their own, let alone survive. What happens when we're gone?
To be honest, I don't know. I'm just trying my best. But if there's anything I do know is that as long as we are here and able to do something, we can at least provide something. And it's there, and the ability for them to move on from that is out of our control. I know one thing though, for this hunting party, for this camp arrangement, while we get everyone fed, I would trust no one else more to lead it than yourself.
Thank you. I could teach some of them to use a short sword, and you could pick out 2 of them who seem the least violent and most able.
Yeah. Sorry, I have some ready.
I have 2 extra silver short swords to use.
Well, Otto is absolutely down to go, and he already carries a shovel, which you can see the end has been carefully sharpened. There is a mongrel folk named Hans. He has the face of a chicken, the right arm of a cat, the legs of a crocodile, and the ears of a jackal. He can move decently fast because he has the same legs.
Okay, I guess I'll take Otto and Hans and start training them up, teaching them just some of the basics, try not to stab themselves.
Sure.
Pointy end.
He has the face of a chicken.
Uh-huh. Some of it. He's got a bit of a beak, but underneath you can see there are human lips with teeth.
I also have leather armor. Now, these guys are obviously very different. They're very different anatomy. Would I be able to retrofit a bit of maybe just make some padding more than full armor for them?
You might be able to make it work on Otto, but unfortunately most of the other ones, they're too misshapen, or differently shaped. My apologies.
I would be fine with giving Otto like some extra protection, some leather padding, and like designating him as a leader when we're gone. He seems like
Yeah.
he seems like the least likely to make any stupid decisions. Maybe I don't know, out of all of them.
He's kind but naive, right?
Kind, yeah.
He will accept this graciously, and he says, "I'm even more beautiful now."
This can go bad in so many ways, and I'm just preparing for the heartbreaks.
Are we creating like a nationalistic, like Mongol folk, like settlement?
Nation.
Like, yeah, the Mongol folk nation state. Mongol folk supremacists.
Oh, here's another one. There's a woman named Magda, a young woman. She has one walrus tusk extending out of her lip, and one arm is a turtle's arm. One leg is an owl's leg, so she actually has a lot of trouble walking. But since her lower torso is the torso of a dog, she's able to hop like a bunny from place to place.
Wow, that is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna lie, it's amazing. I'll also say to the cellmates, okay, so let's do some help.
She doesn't understand what is going on, but she is acquiescing to all of this. She's just sort of looking shocked at all of these mongrel folk moving about. You get the sense that she's never seen this many people before. Yeah, but their forms don't seem to particularly bother her. Maybe she doesn't have an idea of what a person's supposed to look like.
Wonderful. I guess if it's amenable to the party, you do some hunting, do some cat making. I'll stay for the cat making if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, I can go out and take.
All right. So let's get a pair of rolls to see how each of you go, how each of you do.
Okay, just survival.
Yes. Also, Mia, I did see the message.
I'm writing it
She
down
will
right
agree.
now.
I saw that. That's why I felt like I needed to respond.
For this cat making, would it be like would it be without a use persuasion because I'm helping people?
I would say you could persuade them to go faster. You can't persuade them to have knowledge they don't have.
That's true. Okay. Maybe that is anyone want?
So,
You want?
sorry.
You want to help me out? Rory, does Rory know anything about cat making?
It's a very good question.
Well, yeah, of course. I was very good at catching rabbits. I'm also very good at making fire.
Would Rory be willing to help? I'll walk up.
Okay.
With advantage.
Yeah, because Redmond's helping you. 18's good. So I'll resolve Astora's roll first. So you take a party of 5 mongrel folk with you, headed by Otto. They aren't much help, but you are a astounding hunter. And in the darkness, you can see every bit of thing that moves. And you manage to catch a couple of rabbits, and then you also catch a young doe that you saw between the trees. Do you have any ranged weapons?
I have a bow, yeah.
Yeah. So you could probably make that shot between the trees and take out the doe. Perfect shot, right through the heart. It dies instantly, no pain, and you can bring them back to the camp without too much issue. Meanwhile, at the camp, Redmond, because the second roll was a 9, you're telling the mongrel folk what to do, but stuff keeps collapsing and falling over. So eventually Rory gets involved, and she's just like, let me take over. And then she starts directing traffic, and it goes much better after that. Sorry.
I'll
Yes.
say thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. And so you manage to build decent structures out of what remains. Straw, bits of timber, stuff that you can scavenge from the surrounding areas. On the way back, Astora, Diana will encounter something. Could I get a perception check?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good, yeah. You catch sight of it far enough in advance that you can avoid them. But as you are tracking your way back, you can see that the trees up here, there is a number of them that press close together, and tangling in the roots, there are figures that look almost like people, but they're made entirely of pine needles. And you can see a number of them have pulled themselves out of the trees and are following along in the footsteps from your trip into the woods. But you see them far enough advanced that you could avoid them if you would like.
I don't recognize these as twin vines, right?
Yes.
Yeah. No reason to really deal with them or anything. They're not going to cause much trouble, I don't think. So yeah, we'll avoid them. Just head back to the little camp we got going.
Alright. So you manage to find your way back to the camp. You can dress the brace of conies and the dough. No vegetables to speak of. What little food there was in the abbey has burned up. And in short order, Cloven burns through his bottle of wine and begins loudly complaining about needing wine or he'll go crazy. But yes, this is the situation you find yourselves in. well fed,
Hmm.
but cold and shoddy, if stable, makeshift shelter, while Cloven begins loudly complaining.
I'll go over to Redmond and just say, looking at Rory, splitting him set up the camp and everything. She hasn't tried to stab anyone yet, has she?
She hasn't, and I don't think she intends to. I mean, even though she may have slipped, I think she's still on my side. You know, everyone slips, isn't it? It's just getting back up. That's why we need
Right.
friends.
I've grown up with that type of manipulative, I'm on your side, I'm not on your side behaviour. I'm gonna stick with that. I don't want to be around Oven. I just feel so bad. I'm gonna go and meditate in one of the towers if you need me.
Okay. I'll contact you. We're doing well so far. Thank you very much for getting through.
And I'll walk over, sit in the scout tower, start trancing.
All right. So Diana enters a trance. Now, down in the camp itself, is there anything else the rest of you would like to do? Would you like to resolve Cloven's caterwauling?
I suppose I'd like to try and play some music, trying to get cook some food, get everyone comfortable, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Would be my my aim.
Your father will assist you in this. He will lightly touch your fingers to help you play a little better. So if you would like to make a performance check with advantage to see how this goes.
16.
Thank goodness.
Correct.
You play decently well. You play that good secret chord. And Cloven shuts up and he watches you play, seemingly enviously. And he's quiet, seeing that there's no wine anywhere. He just keeps to himself, and you can hear him muttering every once in a while, but he's grateful for the music. Meanwhile, Vasilka sits, watches enraptured as you play. Every once in a while she'll reach out and try to mimic the finger motions of the plucking on the lute, and try to touch the lute. But she's too enthralled by the magic of it to really interfere. And pretty soon everybody is falling asleep. Ireena is holding one of the mongrel folk babies. One of the nurses has given it up. And she's looking at it curiously every once in a while, turning it this way and that way. And she says to Rory, you know, they're happy, even though they're obviously hurting. It's just a little baby. They're not the monsters.
Well, of course not. You're not a monster because you look different than other people. You're a monster because of the deeds that you do. So, the most pretty of flowers can be a monster, while something deformed like this can be sane.
She smiles and she says, even still, I'm glad you're looking more like yourself.
Feels a lot better. Not only because I think these wings are quite nice. A lot warmer. A lot softer.
They're very pretty.
They are like you, might be.
She smiles and she pats the mongrel folk baby, who lets out a incredibly loud burp, and little bits of half chewed up rabbit fling out. So yes, everybody settles in to sleep. Volk, the mongrel folk are confused by you. They seem to think that you're one of them, and they're just sort of confused that they've never seen you before. different mongrel folk keep coming up to you and saying like, I haven't seen you before. Who are you?
I'm the magical menagerie.
So they are in overjoyed by this, and I don't think you have any wild shapes left, but they are very interested in you, and they tell you different stories here and there about their lives and how a number of them, headed by Radovich, who did that one already too. This random generator isn't that sophisticated. Radovich has a face of mostly feathers, and has a shark's fin as one arm. Radovich is, they say, the smartest of the mongrel folk, and he invented a whole religion around the dinner bell, and they used to perform rituals where they would sacrifice little bits and baubles by burning them in a little censer in their room so that they could finally get the dinner bell to ring so they could have food. So they describe this story to you, which they think is very cute and funny, but it underlies a story of deep, deep neglect. And a lot of them keep talking to you about how the abbot has always told us we're just monsters. We're just hideous, horrible monsters that need to be locked away. Many of them seem to believe it.
I think you're all beautiful.
They return the compliment. They say, we think you're beautiful too. But what if we hurt somebody? Mishka hurts people.
What if you hurt people? Well, I mean, I've hurt people, but I usually try to only hurt bad people.
How do we tell the difference?
By what people do, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to tell sometimes. I just go by instinct. I mean, I don't really care what people are doing. I'm not the best person to ask this question to because I'm Fae, and Fae people.
One of the mongrel folk speaks up and says, you also shouldn't ask me. I'm the president of the United States.
Are you now? That's amazing.
They put me in the wrong body.
Oh, okay. I get you. I like you. How do I know who to hurt? I guess I hurt the people that my friends are hurting because they're the ones who know who needs to be hurt. I don't usually trust my own instincts with that, except for when it comes to the Fae people, then I know what's going on. But like, mortal people deal with mortal people things. I think.
So we should hurt.
I think you guys are generally mortal people. You're native to this place.
Of course, one of them disagrees and says, actually, I'm immortal.
Oh, are you? Well, that's, yup. So am I. Yeah. Amazing. Maybe you should ask my friends, because they know better than me. I just trust their instincts.
They nod, and they mutter to themselves. They say, so, the key to know who you need to kill is just kill whoever your friends are killing.
Oh my goodness.
Find somebody who's really wise, and, like, good at figuring that out, and let them make the decisions.
Alright.
Like Rory.
They will remember that. They will remember that.
I really hope that I'm not cousin.
So all of these things happen. We have a montage of heartwarming and odd moments as you all settle into bed, but fairly soon everybody is asleep. Are we setting any watches?
I would be able
should.
to watch the second half until dawn, I guess.
Okay. Well, you are up in the tower. Good vantage point to everything.
Yeah, I can take the first one.
I'll say the second.
Okay. So, the night is already well on its way, and everybody falls asleep relatively peacefully. First part of the night passes by without a hitch. Rory goes to sleep. Red takes over. Up in the tower, those of you who are awake can catch glimpses every once in a while of Diana sitting statuesque-like on the edge. Now, it's in the darkest part of the night that something happens up in the tower.
Oh, shit.
Diana, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and appearing from mist behind you, seemingly built from mist from the top down, appears Strahd, and he touches your shoulder as a courtesy, and then moves to the edge beside you, putting his hands on the battlements, looking down over the mongrel folk, and he says, "Greetings."
What could you possibly want now?
Want? Why should I want anything? This is my land. Perhaps I just want to talk.
I feel like that's the problem with you. You don't really want much except your bride.
My bride. Yes. Tatiana. What do you want, Diana?
I want what my lady, my god wants.
And is Illustre a good god?
Yes, I believe so.
A just god?
Yes.
Would she condemn anyone to an eternity in prison, in endless torment? A hell.
I see that you're trying to build sympathy with yourself, I assume. Illustrator doesn't have that power.
It's not necessarily sympathy. This is a prison, plain and simple. It is a dream. It is a nightmare. Time means nothing, and choices mean nothing. Here we are but passengers in the fantasy of some dark entity in the ageless slumber of eternity.
I struggle to see your point, and I'm running out of reasons not to wake my friends and drive you out of what's left of this monastery.
I want out. I want a freedom from this prison. There is a closeness to this place. The mists, they choke me. They press in. The sky offers no comfort even. It weighs upon me. It is an impressive, unbroken ceiling. Everywhere is darkness. Impenetrable silence, such that your body becomes a tormenting cacophony. And the smell, Diana, it's worse. That damp and mildew, ancient earth stale and sour with rot. This is not the sort of place where hope can thrive. It is not the place for imagination or change. It is a long, slow death. I want to see the... Sorry.
Sorry, I was just saying that's true.
He nods and says, I think you understand. I want to see the light once more, to walk under a silver moon and feel fresh breeze in my hair, but I cannot. I made a promise, a pact I did not understand, and in desperation for escape from oppressive rules I did not make for myself. All my life I chose the lesser evil. I tried when I came to this land to forge alliances between the humans. I wed their princess. I gave myself to them. When I met the Druids, I saw what they were doing to their own people, their own children, and I stopped them. I did not wipe them out. Only one had to die. And further still, with the elves, Rahadin was my friend from childhood. And Patrina, I loved Patrina. I would have given my life for her. But they killed her. It is a mistake what happened. I told Rahadin to handle it. I was too hurt by the loss. And he chose. It pains me to see them wither away. But they have not come to me. I have not seen any of them. They know where I live. They could come and speak to me at any time. Still, I provide for them where I can. The earth bears fruit for them, but I am not perfect. I am not perfect. I can see now, with eyes pried open against my will, and I can do nothing. I am not asking for your forgiveness. I am not asking for your trust. Only that you would see that I am imprisoned, impoverished, and abandoned in the dark, and that you would hear me. Barovia needs a lord. The powers I keep at bay always bring me back, but we could find another. To stand where I stand in the jaws of memory and choose better. I would ask that you think on this. There will always be a Barovia. There will always be a Dark Lord. But it need not always be me.
You're saying this evening, if you were to die, someone must take your place?
Or it would be me again.
I don't think I have any reason to disbelieve that.
He smiles and he says, I am not asking for more than this. Just your consideration. And perhaps an invitation. And he pulls from within his shirt an envelope sealed with wax, and the crest on it is of a raven in front of a castle. And he hands it to you and he says, you may read this whenever you choose. I won't bother you anymore. But no, I am here should you want to talk. And I eagerly await to hear suggestions about how we could get out of this predicament we find ourselves in.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Will you take the letter?
Yeah, I'll go after.
Okay. With that, he smiles a charming smile, and then dissolves into mist again, and you can see this slightly red-tinged mist swirl up and away into the air, and you quickly lose it in the rest of the heavy fog.
Right, I guess I'll see what the letter says, I suppose.
Yeah. So it is in Lands of Barovia, Strahd's Invitation. I rewrote it a little bit, so don't pay attention to the text in the picture. Pictures for vibes.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess I could read it out loud. My friends, twice now we have met and traded blows. I trust you have not taken these skirmishes personally, as I have not taken your imposition on my lands personally. I bid you dine with me, that we may meet in more civilized surroundings and know one another more intimately. Your passage here will be a safe one. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd von Zervich.
Okay, I'll sit on my temple tower contemplating this for the next few hours until everyone awakes, and
That works.
when as everyone's waking up, I'll go towards the center of the camp if I'm trying to, not necessarily near the Mongol folks, just trying to keep this to the party. We have received an invitation to Castle Ravenloft.
The question is, who's awake?
Who's awake? In the morning?
In the morning, yeah.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Yeah.
Strahd spoke with me last night. He seemed much different than he was yesterday. I don't know how, but he seems sadder. I am not sure whether this is part of his deception. I'm inclined to believe it is, but
Ireena will nod.
he told me that there must always be a Dark Lord, and I don't know whether this was my assumption is that this is some way of him trying to discourage us, to get us to give up, but even if he's telling the truth, I don't think it changes our decision, just gives us something to think about.
Ireena will nod at this, and she will look around confused for Rory. Rory hasn't woken up, and she will head back to the tent. And then in short order, she says, help?
Okay. What's going on?
You can see Rory is still in bed. She is clutching her blanket tight to her chest, and she is shivering and shaking, and you could see a little bit of foam dripping out of the edge of her mouth.
Rory. And I'll go over to her and be like, I'll do some lay on hands. 5 to remove any disease, or if it is a disease or otherwise.
Sure. So you can certainly lay on hands. Rory takes those 5, and
Disease or poison.
yeah. Does it say that you know what is affecting the person, or does it just cure it flat out?
It just says you can spend 5 hit points with cure type of 1 disease or neutralize 1 poison effect.
Okay, so you don't know what it is, but you pump 5 lay on hands into Rory, and Rory, your eyes suddenly snap open and you gasp, and I will describe what you saw in your dream. So Rory, you were flying above Barovia, surrounded by mists, and you were looking for someone you hate. You know that she is hiding. You've been tracking her for days. You can smell the scent of her fear in the air, and you find her. The Druid that you met on the roads, whose trickery resulted in Ireena's death, the one that got away. You find her. She's hiding under the boughs of a tree. She's built sort of a camouflaged hiding hole out of the roots of this tree, and she is desperately rocking back and forth, muttering to herself. She's saying, Strahd, forgive me. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't mean to. I thought they would do a better job of protecting her. I'm so sorry, Strahd. Please don't. But you are unmoved by this, and you sneak up into this place, and you do horrible, horrible things to this woman as she begs for freedom, for safety, for forgiveness, for anything. And you feast on her blood, and you drain her dry, and in the midst of all of this screaming and crying, you hear a voice come to you out of the mists, and it says, "Well done, my good and faithful servant." And it was at that point that you were woken up.
What the f? Also, Spencer, is there something wrong with your microphone?
Oh, not my mic, but there is construction going on in the basement. Does it keep cutting out?
It keeps cutting out, but there's also like this kind of weird, like your voice is low quality, if that makes sense.
The voice doesn't seem low quality to me, it's just cutting out a bit.
Could be the hammer. There's hammering and drilling going on in the basement. I will talk a little louder, and then hopefully the mic will pick up this as opposed to that.
That works. Yeah, does Rory seem fine now, or?
Rory is wide-eyed. I won't roleplay for Rory, but Rory is wide-eyed, and it looks to all the world as if she's had a horrendous seizure.
Rory, are you okay?
What the? I just look into nothingness, covered in sweat.
Well, you were foaming at the mouth and clutching, and your muscles are constrained. Something wrong? What happened?
I don't know. I think it was a dream, but it was like I was there.
What do you mean there?
Like as if I was somewhere else during my dream. The Druid, the one at the crossing where
The one
Ireena died.
The one that killed me?
That one. I was searching for her. And I found her. And I tortured her. I drained her blood. And in the end was Strahd stood beside me, congratulating me on being a good servant.
That couldn't have happened. You're not a vampire anymore. It's just a dream.
Most likely, but it felt different. Somehow.
Well,
I just plummet back into the makeshift bed. I feel tired.
all our matters are safe now. Just try and rest up. Ireena, would you be able to look after her?
I will do little else.
Right, I'm sure everyone else is waking up. I'm going to start preparing food. If you want anything, just come outside or give me a shout and I'll bring some. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right. See you soon. Take care of yourself, okay?
I now have push to talk enabled, so hopefully that'll be a little less bad.
I'll say to weapons as he's preparing food. Should we discuss what Strahd said? I mean, I don't think he had any reason to be lying about there must always be a dark lord. It doesn't affect our decision making at all, I don't think, as long as we don't let it discourage us.
I'm sure it doesn't. I wish I had time to discuss it, but I don't know. With this camp going on, and I'm not going to lie, Diana, I'm close to the end of my wick.
I think we should move on. There's not much. There are things we need to do. There's not much time to do them. We can't waste our time here.
I agree. We have to try and find a more permanent solution. But what will that even be?
There are the werewolves. There's Emil. We could take them to him. I'm sure they have experience with people going mad and murdering.
That is true. How far is the trek away?
Can we have the map, Spencer? The big one?
Yes.
Thank you. They are just north of Lake Baratok.
Mhm.
So it's about. Is this map accurate? It's not, is it?
You mean like size-wise?
7.
I think it is.
Yeah, I think I messed up the scale.
Otherwise, it's like a day's walk to the left.
Yeah, it's about. I
It
think
was a day's walk to Valaki.
I think I had it be.
Well,
Each
it's about
hex is
2.5
about.
miles away, I think.
Curriculum makes sense.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like a bad solution. They also had something they needed help with, so perhaps we can drop the mongrel folk off in a temporary encampment and offer to help if they take care of them for us.
Let's do that. I'm sure everyone else will find that.
I will say.
I think that we should keep, I think that we should keep Strahd's message away from Rory. I feel like it would not be good for her to know that. I suppose from what I heard, the only thing that's stopping her from allying with him is the prospect of defeating him and ending all of this, but if that isn't going to happen, then I'm not sure what she would do.
I don't know what she would do, but I think whatever she would do, I think would be in our best interest. I think she's still right. But, I mean, when it comes to Strahd, Diana, I feel like he's poison. He works his way into your mind and responds, but I feel like I only control my soul when I talk to him, but I don't feel the same vulnerability. I don't feel the same feelings. And that's terrible.
What do you mean? You think you can reason with Strahd but not Rory?
I can reason with Strahd, but I feel like Strahd, when he works his way into your mind, I feel like I can resist that. But someone like Rory, I don't think I have a chance. I think we should insulate Strahd. If anything, we try and keep the interactions with Strahd feeling you. Otherwise, he was telling me what sort of snake tongue we worm its way into your ears.
Yeah, you're right. You know, if you can somehow convince Strahd to be good, I suppose we can take a trip to Menzo Baranzan after this, and you can work your magic in the whole city. That would be I'd see.
Menzo Granson.
It's in the Dark City. So born and was raised.
Oh, I didn't put the.
No, don't worry. It's just it's one of the larger cities, just near Neverwinter and Waterdeep, but underground.
I would like to go with you, but
It would be as dangerous as being in Barovia, but we could try.
let's get as much practice in now.
Right. You continue preparing all the food. I'll tell everyone about the plan to drop Mongol folk off with a meal. And I'll just go around informing everyone of the plan. I suppose just if everyone's together, then I'll just tell them all, or I'll do it individually. Tell the Mongol folk that we're gonna go see some friends and they'll be safe with them.
That works. I will say, if we could move the camera over to Volk for a minute. That was a wonderful scene. Thank you very
I'm
much.
just having fun cut myself in the chat.
Volk, you go hunting in through the old abbey, and indeed the ashes are like a kind of snow as you're moving through them. And as you are hunting, you see ghostly figures, memories almost. You see nuns and priests and monks. They're gathered around. They look armed for war. They carry maces and holy symbols and chainmail. And in amongst them is a much taller woman. She seems almost 7 feet tall, and she just has this regal bearing to her, and she is commanding everybody. But as you walk along, eventually that figure disappears, and you're just left with these very scared looking monks, who start griping at one another and yelling at one another, and in time they start scrambling for food. They eat their horses, they eat their rats, and then they start eating their dead, and then there's nothing left to eat, and they have to start eating one another. And it's like this as you walk along, as if you're watching a ghostly montage of the last century in this abbey. And eventually there are only a handful left, wretched little gangly creatures, emaciated, hiding in their rooms from one another for fear that they will be eaten by their former friends. And it's into this that the abbot comes, like a savior, with his wings spread wide, and he offers them food and comfort. But you can see that the people that remained from that period of isolation, they were never the same. And so they started making demands of the abbot, and the abbot, increasingly frustrated, gives in to these demands. And you see the progression of these ghosts get more and more deformed and into different animals and creatures. Yes, and they breed with one another, and the descent comes down until you see a little baby with donkey parts on half of his face, and the abbot holds this baby, and he whispers some things to him and pats him on the head, and then sends him off on his way. And then he looks down to where Kresk would be, and he makes a grim decision in that moment and nods his head and then turns away. And where he walks, you find your delicious rat.
Volk has gotten so used to these, like, visions at this point. They're just like, okay, it's happening again. Just nonchalantly enjoys the show and then heads back with the tail of a dead rat.
Certainly can. The mongrel folk are very excited. They clap. They were amazed that you turned into a cat, and you can hear that a number of them are currently arguing about which one of them can turn into what animals, and whether they can turn into animals with other parts of other animals. And you can see that they're inventing entirely new animals, like mice with lightning powers or deer with wings, and they keep trying to one-up one another.
That's a Perryton.
Yeah, you come into the midst of this argument.
Deer with wings.
You can enter this argument as well, Diana, as they're aggressively arguing about which type of animal they would want to be if they could become animals.
I think I'd be a cat with wings. I'm particularly fond of this form, but being able to fly would be pretty cool. They hear a voice in their heads coming from the cat.
No, you gotta make them more insane.
The insane people have a voice in their heads. So.
Yeah, they
There's a new one.
push to talk.
Oh.
Yeah, they
The voice sounds like Volk, which is it's the same voice they had been conversing with earlier, right?
yeah, they take it in stride. These
Exactly.
these people are not fazed by much. They roll with it, and they're like, those are nice choices, but they're really simple, you know. We want cool things like, what if I could be a living rock with
Ooh,
with
I like
5 arms and hair made of grass?
You know, there are living rocks in the dark with all the ropers.
Wow, could I be a roper?
that. There are people. There's an entire plane of existence just that is rocks and stone, and there are people that live there that are just rocks and stone, and I heard about them. I've never been, but it's pretty cool.
I've been there.
You have? Ooh. Volk believes every word that speaks.
Can you tell us what this was like?
Earthy.
Earthly.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Dusty.
Well,
So what's the plan?
we were going to go meet with a meal and see whether you can do anything about the mongrel folk.
Ah, put the beast people with the beast people. It works. I like it. Good plan.
I'm not a beast person. I'm the President of the United States.
Well, you can live with the beast people and be president of them as well. How about that?
Alright. Alright, it's acceptable.
All right, Mr. President.
Is there anything anyone needs doing here before we leave?
Nothing is left here, I think. Nothing is left here.
If you want to cancel for them. Okay. Is there a way down the mountain that avoids Prez, going more to like the northeast?
That is the question. The only way up the mountain.
North
Sorry.
anyways.
I know, but I'd rather
North
not.
anyways. We might as well just go north, right?
I'm saying I'd rather not lead a caravan of mongrel folk through Prez. We came up from the south, that's where the stairs are, so
We teleported here.
oh yeah, you're right, sorry. The main exit is where the stairs are. So
Yeah.
way down
The stairs are the only safe way up the mountain. If you would like to get to the werewolf den, the safest way would be to climb back down the mountain, go through Kresk, back to the main road, and then circle back around to the wizard's tower, and then circle the lake. You know that it's somewhere in the mountain side up there. That would be a very long trip with a bunch of people who have mobility issues and some behavioral issues and some connection to reality issues. Fastest route, about you would say maybe half a day to a day as the crow flies, would be just to go right over the mountain. But you would hard pressed to find a pass up here. Most of the snow is melted, but by the same token, you're on very sheer cliff faces here, and you saw as you came into Kresk that at some point the terrain just drops off into nothing, and then there's just mists beyond.
Really good idea to go slow, right? And just take it even slower so people
That's good. Everyone wins, then the other one lets you out. It's like, what, 3 miles? Easy. Meet you there. I'm just gonna nap for half a day.
I think, I mean, I would, let me say, depends I think we can opt for slow and maybe go even a bit slower. Even if it takes a couple of days, you should be able to get there in due time.
Yes, safe options are always the best. In out of game terms, would going this way be difficult terrain?
Yes, going over the mountain would be difficult terrain. It would. How long it takes will depend on situations, how well the trip goes. Going the other way would be easier, but it'll take longer because it's a longer distance.
My natural explorer feature, difficult terrain doesn't slow your group's travel.
That's a good point.
There's also the wagon that should potentially still be at the bottom of Kresk.
That's true.
So
Ezmerelda's wagon.
yes, we're all good. Since they are not
So
there anymore.
theoretically.
Take the cards, take the long way.
Ezmerelda would probably be travelling faster on her own, but she's just going in her cart.
She won't find in the land.
Yeah. She will weigh in at this point since you've brought her up. I will take on Drewski's role for a moment. Ezmerelda will say, I know a thing or two about the werewolves. I don't know if this is exactly a great plan, but I mean, Emil wasn't that bad. He did say that there was a problem that he had to deal with up there. So I don't know. If we want to go, I could certainly take a few of them in the cart, but a lot of them are still going to have to walk.
That sounds like a good idea. Do you think you'd arrive sooner or later than us in your carts?
I could probably get there sooner than you, but I won't be much good on my own. I could do some scouting, but I'm not going to be able to take on the whole den of werewolves by myself. I mean, she holds out her mechanical leg and taps on it. She says, "What happened last time?"
Yeah, maybe stop and smell the roses a bit. Teach the mongrel folk a few things about travelling, if you can.
I can certainly try, but what are we going to do about Kresk?
I don't think there's much we can do about the giant crater. They seem...
Well, I mean more, what are they going to do about the mongrel folk? We have to pass through to get back to my cart. I parked it in the middle.
Let's see, past that trace. Does that last as long as I'm not with you?
An area around
yeah.
here, I think like 20 feet.
Yeah. I can...
And it only
maybe
lasts for like an hour.
I can get you to your cart, and then I'll come back up the mountain. Roughly to climb the mountain on the stairs.
They said it would be about a half a day.
Half a day. Oh,
But that was during the blizzard, so it's probably faster now.
Okay.
Takes about one time stop.
Yeah. you know a thing or two about so looking down over the steps, with them cleared out from a lot of the worst parts, you could probably get up here in 3-4 hours. But it's a hike.
Yeah. We'll just have the monk traveling with us. Probably easier for you to travel, less risky if you're just on your own anyway.
It's a good point. I suppose I'll meet you halfway up the mountain then.
Sounds good.
Alright. So she will take Ireena with her, actually, to make things simpler on us. They will head down the mountain first to go and get the cart.
Okay. And I guess we can start our trek with the Mongol folk then.
Yeah, we'll get some provisions, make some dried meat, and pack up and buy them.
I will say there isn't much else to find up here unless you want to go hunting again. If you want to expend the rest of your rations, you could definitely feed the 25 or 23? I think it's 23. The 23 remaining mongrel folk, you could feed them with the remainder of your rations, but you'll be tapped out of preserved food.
Okay, that's fine.
Good berry.
Before we leave, I'll cast aid
I
on
will
myself.
cast good berry. I will cast good berry twice, and relieve some of that ration.
Good to know. Good to know. What were you saying?
20. That's 20 berries.
Okay. In that case, the rations were barely touched. What were you saying, Stora?
I cast aid on myself, Redmond, and Ireena. So that's 8 hours plus 5 HP.
Alright. With that, you can certainly start making your way down the mountain.
We'll be coming down the mountain. Alright, let's go.
Diana. Sorry.
No, so very good.
Well, it's an encounter, so if you had something to say ahead of time.
Nothing.
That's not true. You have many things of value.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everything you say is of value.
It's not even break time for all of your summons, come on. You're still suffering. There's an encounter.
We are. Also, as with last time, you guys are going to the werewolf den. That's the one thing I didn't prep.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I love you guys. I prepped everything south. All I did was optimize the map. I haven't actually read the chapter yet. But this is okay. Diana, or Astora, could I get you to roll for Diana a d8 and a d12 and see what you encounter along the road?
Okay. A 2 and an 8 for D8, D12 respectively.
You lucked out and it's not combat.
Nice.
Whoa!
It's instant death.
It's just a mark and it hits you on the head.
Yeah, it's a ginormous rock being runs through the air.
Rocks fall. Everyone dies.
It's
The
both a
gates
rock
open.
and a rock at the same time. It's a rock dropping the rock on your head.
No, just a gate spell. that's
Yeah.
right in front of you that leads to the middle of the plane of fire. And
Yes.
you just
An Oblivion gate opens up right in front of you, and you have to go and fight Mehrunes Dagon himself.
No.
No, as you're walking along, you encounter a little bundle of clothes tucked under a tree. One of the mongrel folk spots it actually, and they say, "Somebody left a snack behind." And they go over and try to get at the bundle unless anybody stops them.
It's obvious. Obviously, it's just clothes, right?
Yeah, if nobody stops her, she will get a hold of the bundle and open it up and start flinging it everywhere. It looks like a set of clothes. There's a simple mess kit and a dagger. There's a little crudely drawn map of Barovia. These sorts of things.
Probably not.
I'm gonna snatch the dagger and
Why not?
get Rory to hold on to it for me.
Careful about the crosstalk.
Yeah, I'll just try to stop them on the folk from disturbing this. It's obviously left because someone might collect it in the future.
Yeah, could I get a perception check as you do this?
21.
Not bad, not bad. As these bits and pieces of clothes are being flung around, you can see that in the midst of all of this, there's a little amulet. It is in the shape of a sun, and you recognize it. It is a seeming replica of the holy symbol of Ravenkind, which one of you has. Who has it on them currently?
I think it's still in my possession currently.
Okay, yeah. So you recognize it as a mundane version of that same symbol, but this one obviously it's been pressed out of pewter, and it looks bent in places, and it's well worn from hands over it.
Okay. Has anyone seen anything like this before?
If you would like to make a history check to see what you can remember, there have been some offhanded comments about the significance of this symbol.
I mean, the only person I can think of is Octavio or Van Richten. What was it? History?
History, yes, if you would like.
Oh, not 20.
Holy cow! Yeah, so Rictavio, von Richten in his guise as the elf bard that you met in Vallaki, mentioned at one point the Keepers of the Feather, which is an organization of were-ravens. And he mentioned that the holy symbol of Ravenkind, which you guys were looking for, is the symbol of their order. It's derived from the worship of the Morning Lord. Their symbol is the sun without the crossing in the middle, which represents law. It's just the sun. So this is a symbol of the Keepers of the Feather.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to disturb this then. Are they still trying, or?
They're pretty meek. Once you come over and start messing with it, they see there isn't any food in there. They're like, whatever.
Okay, great. I'll put this all back, try and make it look like it wasn't disturbed. And yeah.
It's like a baby bird. If you touch the egg, the mom won't care for it anymore. She pushes it out of the nest.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, if you want to make a performance check to see how well you can put everything back together, just in case this comes up again.
Just in case.
God, no. Performance. Oh wow, I'm rolling very well. 17.
Yeah, holy cow. Sorry. Yes, you believe that you have done an excellent job making it look like nobody ever put their mitts all over this little bundle. You tuck it back in its safe spot under the tree. You imagine with a blanket of snow this would be invisible from the steps. But you do that, and it is hidden. And then you can continue on your way.
We've averted the ire of the were-crows.
Where ravens?
The were-ravens, sorry. I cannot, for the life of me, separate those two birds in my mind. So,
I do it as well.
That's
Well,
they're nicer than crows. That's the difference.
you continue on your way down the mount. About halfway down the stairs, you are met by Ezmerelda coming up the way. Ireena and Ezmerelda are sitting on the front, and you can see the automaton horse tromping its way up the steps. I should have Ireena drop 10 10 gold off of her collection of gold, because the horse needs to eat gold to function. Anyway, the cart is headed up the way, and they greet you, and get the cart turned around and start loading on the children and the more mobility impaired mongrel folk into the back. What would you like to do at this point, now that you have loaded up the cart?
We should.
Continue on, I guess.
Yeah, I think continue on the same path that we planned to. I think that's the way, right, gang?
Yeah.
So, if I understood correctly, you are going to have Ez and Ireena take the mongrel folk the long way around, while you guys take the path over the mountains to get there before them and deal with whatever is going on?
I thought we were all going together.
Or you're all going together?
Do we think that Ez and Ilena can handle 23 mongrel folk?
I will say that Ilena very quickly establishes herself with a commanding tone over the lot of them. And Otto, of course, is going with them. And Otto seems pretty amenable to the rest of the mongrel folk, and they seem to want to listen to him.
Yeah, this seems like a good plan. Yeah, we just leave the mongrel folk with Ilena and Ezmerelda, and we continue on the quick way.
Okay. In that case, they head down the mountain, intending to skirt around Kresk and take the safe way using the old Svolok road, while the rest of you can head back up the mountain to find a hidden pass. So you turn around and head right back up. So at this point, we're coming to later afternoon. You have been filled up with good berries, but when you return to the abbey, you catch sight of a figure amongst the ashes. It's distant. I imagine Diana probably sees them first. There's a figure walking amongst the ashes, and it seems to be looking around very sad.
Do we all see that figure as we get closer?
Yes. This figure is wearing a large trench coat which drapes its figure and obscures anything about it. But this figure is meandering through the ashes, occasionally bending down to pick up and look at things.
I feel like I know who that is, everyone.
Yeah, that's his back.
Yes. Should we go have a chat?
If you think it's wise to do so.
I am confident in our ability.
Well, we've succeeded once before, I'm sure. If he's blatantly threatens us, we can do it again.
Exactly. Alright. Let's go. Guess we'll try and sort you out.
Alright. Is there a plan of attack, or are you just going to approach to parley?
I'll up the road. Oh, the same thing, yeah. Okay. I'll
Diana doesn't think that she's going to talk much with the other, so I'm going to try and hide somewhere outside. It wouldn't be too suspicious that one of us is gone, since there's only two of us missing.
That's true. So could I get a stealth check from you? And then the rest of you can certainly approach. Or you can choose to do anything else. Also, Vasilka, unless otherwise specified, is going to always be clinging to Red, because Red is the rock upon which Vasilka is building her personality.
I hope this is a good thing. Oh shit.
Goddamn! Astora can't roll below a 10 today.
We're gonna get. I'm gonna go down in this fight, and then we're gonna get death saving throws.
It's just 3 1s in a row.
Yeah.
Yep. So Diana seems to disappear. Most of the ashes fall into the ground at this point, but Diana has a sort of ashen quality to her anyway, so she quickly disappears amongst the cracked, blackened stone. And the rest of you can approach this figure, who stiffens up at your approach, and keeps their back to you, waiting.
Hello again. Good to see you.
I wish I could say the same.
I don't agree with what you did to Siegfried.
Why did you save me? And the figure turns around, and you can see underneath this lumpy, oversized trenchcoat is the abbot. But his face is smeared with soot, and there are tear lines trailing through the ashes on his face. He is still surpassingly beautiful, but it is marred, and he's clearly hiding something in this bulky trench coat. He shakes his head and he says, "Why did you do it? You could have just let me go."
What do you mean, let you go?
I am not going back to Mount Celestia. No one can leave this place. Once we're here, we're here. I could have rested.
Then I can assure you that soon everyone can rest if they wish to. That I think, when I look at my parents, I think that is our goal. That is our goal.
There will be no rest. There is never any rest. This place is the end of all things. I tried so hard to fix it, but this is the end of all paths. All roads lead here to this nightmare.
It is a nightmare. This is an awful, awful place, but I have seen such beauty in the darkness of this place. I have seen such love, care, and kindness. I believe that you see it too in this place. You breathe it. I know you do. It's just that you lost your way. You lost your way.
I see nothing but dead men who won't die.
Was anyone else saying anything, or should I
Then
continue?
help us kill him.
He shakes his head at that as well and says, "No. Strahd is a just ruler, is a fitting ruler for this land. If he will not be happy with my gifts, then he will be happy with no gifts. He chose this. He deserves this. And I deserve
But
this."
this land doesn't deserve him. These people that live here don't deserve him.
The people of this land are nothing. They're figments of the imagination.
No, Abbott, no. The people of this land are beautiful, and even if they may be some, underneath this all, like you say, some manifestation of this swampy land, still have value.
They are empty shells, just like you, just like her. Raw materials to be filled with whatever you want. And the only thing anybody ever seems to want to fill them with is worthless.
Abbott,
Then help us set this place right so that they can be filled with goodness.
No.
If you're not going to help, then you have no right to complain.
He sighs. He says, "That's all I can do.
Do you wish to give up?
I have nothing left." And he will turn his face back, or his back to you guys, and kneel down and begin sifting through the ashes. What were you going to say, Mia?
Yeah, I would go up to him and just... Is your faith really that frail? Is the brilliant light inside of you really that weak that it would go out with one mishap?
One mishap.
Then
Sorry.
you surprised me once again. You talked big for someone who seemingly didn't believe in himself, in what a Monator has given him.
You see, he looks up at you and is suddenly enraged, and he says, "What? What? One setback, one failure, one..." And he says, he stands up to his full height, and he says, Look at what that did to me." And he whips off his trench coat, and you see his planetar form is beneath, but it is twisted and malformed. His skin is wrinkly and sagging on his flesh, and protruding out of his back are broken and bent vestigial bat wings, as opposed to the once beautiful eagle's wings.
Oh, I feel nothing but pity.
This is not one setback. This is the loss of everything.
I told you before that you have lost your ways, and you didn't believe me. Now look at us. You, broken and bent. Meanwhile me, reborn. It is not too late for you. You should know this. Our lot is about forgiveness and about rebirth. I've walked the dark path. I was broken. I've seen his light. I've accepted him in my life.
Pretty
And
important.
I've proven myself.
Give me 5 minutes.
Gave me everything I ever wished for. You have strayed far from what you once believed, but there's still hope. You can still go back in the path that you once followed. And eventually he will once again bless you with his life. Give you the body you were meant to have. The life that you always wished to live.
I did live that life. I had everything, and I came here to fix the impossible, and they took it from me. You took it from me. Rebirth. Rebirth is the call of Amonator. I have been reborn, just like you, Skizex. He spits the word, and he says, I can promise you this. I will not wallow in despair. I will rebuild myself. I will fill this vessel. And it won't be with that sun god again.
Oh no.
I'm usually right when I say things to people to get on their nerves. But this time, I actually feel sad for you. I would have liked if I wasn't right this time. That name you called me, I've heard it before, but I don't know what it means. Will you enlighten me? Sorry for the pun.
Skizex. Bastards. Unbirthed abortions of the planar synchronous that created the whole of the realms. You are the afterbirth of the Blood War.
Hmm.
I look him in the eyes. Abbott, do you wish to change to heal this land?
He snorts and he says, This land is nothing. As I said, empty vessels.
Then Abbott. You can see my thoughts, can you not?
I don't read minds, boy.
You do not need to read my mind to see what I am thinking. And on the face of Redmond, you just have the look of not righteous fury, but just this, like when you're about to put a dog out. You know what I mean? Behind the take out old Yellow. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
Yeah, it's just.
Ugh.
He is not bothered by this in the slightest, and he continues on his diatribe. He says, I will make myself better. I will make myself the sort of person who could take a sort of prison like this and make it into something worthwhile. This is a weapon. It is a gift.
Oh, no.
I will turn it on Mount Celestia itself for abandoning me here. I will show them what happens when they turn a blind eye to those that so adamantly serve them.
But, no, we cannot let you do that. You are hurt, you are bruised, you are misguided, and we can help, but only if you let us. Help in the pain.
A wave of revelation passes over his face, and he says, Perhaps this is why I was sent here. The night serpent stirs. Perhaps it is time that he be woken up.
What?
And then he smiles, and he says, Thank you, my friends. You have given me a purpose again.
I'm gonna pull out my Morningstar and gonna do the thing with the infusing of blood because I'm not gonna let that go.
Alright.
Yeah, I will let it go. You need to calm down, you need to talk about what you think I'm doing.
Oh my lord, it's so much.
Ah, damn. So you're attacking him?
No, that's empowering. I basically
Okay.
cut my hand and sacrifice some blood to the Morningstar and it starts glowing.
That works. You begin glowing.
I'll
Yes.
move in front of him. But
Alright.
not weapons drawn, just, well, shield always on, but not sword drawn.
If you'd like to go into combat, we can absolutely roll initiative. But I got a message from my uncle that we need to turn off the internet for a hot minute while they work on the basement. So
Oh, shit.
this is also almost 2 hours into this game.
A good time for a break.
Yeah. So maybe 15 minutes. It might be a little longer. Whenever I get internet back, I'll be back.
Good.
Thank you so much. This will also give me time to read a little bit.
We're all gonna die to the undead devil.
See y'all soon.
See you all soon.
Yay.
I'm just getting these, I don't know about you, I'm just getting these like weird panic attacks out of nowhere, Jack. I think it's kind of
What do you mean panic attacks? Like shots of breath or
yeah, do you know when
Anxiety?
do you know when you're anxious and you like, you can't focus on one thing and you get easily irritable and all this stuff. But it's like that, but my heart is like going at 1,000 miles per second and everything just seems so not terrifying, but just sad.
like the adrenaline.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, like on and off adrenaline rushes along with the anxiety.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's,
I've never really, I don't think I've experienced that. But
I have no idea what's going on. So I'm gonna go get some vitamins, get some food and drink, and go. See you in a bit, gang.
Yeah, I did the smart thing and this time I just pressed the mute audio for the stream thing. Smartly enough, I did it after you said that.
It's all good. I don't care about the ones. See you in a bit.
See you in a bit.
Not that there's that many people watching. Usually,
Really?
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's anybody watching it who isn't part of the.
Yeah, the people that are watching is
Fabled
usually like
lands.
Claire and all the people from the Fabled lands. And our people are not allowed to look at stuff because there might be secret stuff there. Even though I'm not really amazing. I'm gonna give Diana shit afterwards. Because he always gives Rory shit for being a manipulative bitch that doesn't do anything else, and every word that she says can't be trusted. Yet when Strahd does it, it's okay. Also, everything she does is wrong, but she never talks about that Red does so much bad shit that just leads to problems. Like talking with the hag,
I know, right?
resurrecting
Like
the
this-
Ezet, sacrificing and just being gone for a month.
I mean, that one wasn't all bad. Rory came back with that, and that had to go anyways. I have new Bluetooth headphones, so I've been testing those out today. I'm hoping my audio quality is okay. Is my audio quality okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Alright. It just means I'm less tethered to my devices.
That's always nice.
Hmm.
I only got 6 days left at being an apprentice. Because next week's Friday at
Ooh.
1 p.m. I will have my oral exam, and every single person that I presented it to was like, okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
What are you training in?
IT, to make it short. System integration, which is like everything administrator
Okay.
stuff, installing hardware, server stuff.
Cool.
And after 2.5 years, I'm finally done. So I will have to
Woohoo!
have
Will
my
be a
little
journeyman?
presentation. Huh?
Sorry, the way that the like apprenticeship used to work is you'd be a apprentice, then you'd be a journeyman.
Yeah, kinda. It doesn't. It works a bit different, at least with that thing. It used to work like that, especially for like all of the hands-on jobs, like woodworking and stuff like that, and still does work like that for these jobs today. But for the others, it's a bit
Yeah.
different.
Yeah. I read a lot of fantasy books. Fantasy, Middle Ages kind of stuff, so medieval Europe. I have a basic understanding of pseudo medieval Europe.
I like medieval Europe and like medieval themed things.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, we're both playing D&D right now, so very, very pseudo medieval.
True. Does
I've
have to be,
been
but it is good.
I've been listening, half watching the Dimension 20 D&D stuff. It's quite fun.
Dimension 20 is great. I love
I've seen the entirety of the first season of Fantasy High, and I think I'm about halfway through the Unsleeping City.
I just really
We'll
love
see how
Dimension
much I can get
20.
through just on YouTube alone.
Is the Unsleeping City, is that their like 1920s noir one?
No, it's modern New York, and it is
Modern.
hilarious hearing these people both loving and also just dumping on New York at the same time.
Are there any characters that just have the over exaggerated Brooklyn accent?
I don't know. Probably.
I'm walking there. That one.
I'm walking in. I don't know. Cugrash maybe a little bit. but I don't have a good memory for accents, so even though I was listening to it like 3 hours ago, I don't remember. There's one character who lives in Staten Island. They keep offering people to like visit them, and everyone's like, no, it's just across the ferry.
What's that? I don't know much about that. What's that like? Is it like is Staten Island? Has it got a reputation as like a? I don't know.
I don't know, but what I'm guessing is that Staten Island is a place that is slightly easier, yet bigger houses because it's kind of out of the way. But in order to get there, you have to use the ferry. People don't want to do that. It's just funny. Like there's
sorry,
one of the characters meets this person in a like convenience store or a drugstore, I don't know. And the other person is like the purveyor of a monastery. And he's like, this monastery is very difficult to get to, you know, only the most devoted can get there. And the character's like, well, you know, I live on Staten Island, so I know what that's like. And then the guy's like, oh, yeah, no, it's on Staten Island.
I love that. There's a CGP Grey video, which is really interesting about how New York acquired Staten Island. I don't know if you've probably heard of it or something, but according to legend, it was they got a guy to sail I think it was New Jersey. Is that the one that borders New York?
Yes.
Yeah. New Jersey said that you can have any of these islands that your sailor can circle in a day. And they thought, there's no way, they can get all the little ones, but there's no way they're going to get Staten Island because it's so big. And he was such a good sailor and sailed so fast that he managed to do it. And that's how New York got Staten Island. He used to put like empty barrels on the deck of his ship to catch the wind more, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, Staten Island is pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm looking at a map. I know it is kind of out of the way. There does appear to be a bridge.
Yeah, I can see it.
There's a couple of bridges actually. So you don't have to go through Brooklyn. The whole thing seems to be New York seems to just entirely be one big. It's just one big island, isn't it? Oh. I thought Manhattan was the island, but
I think Manhattan is also an island.
oh yeah, no, Manhattan is also an island. So the entirety of New York is just one big island.
Yeah.
Long Island.
Why is this map I'm looking at? Is it Brooklyn, Queens, and to the south of Queens, like a massive area called JFK? Like, is that just the whole JFK airport there?
JFK is the airport, yeah.
The airport
To the south of Queens, there's an area called Jamaica, apparently.
Wait, you didn't know about Jamaica?
Jamaica, New York.
Oh, Jamaica, New York. I thought you like that. It's pretty far south, but yeah, there's a place called Jamaica, New York. That's cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I've got a little thing that's outlining the actual city. So it's only like Brooklyn and Queens. Anywhere east of that isn't part of it. Then it's Manhattan and Bronx.
You know, I've never actually looked at a map of New York. I always imagined that that Queens was like a borough, like it's a very small like town-sized area, but it's massive.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the map.
Okay,
I think this is
there's a
bit
place. There's a place called Yonkers,
Yonkers.
just north of Yonkers, just north of New York, and it's called Yonkers, and I just have to experience this with him
Yeah,
for a brief moment. There's a
think-
place called Yonkers. There's a
There's
song. There's a song in Raleigh, which is from something else, but it's like out there, there's a world outside of Yonkers, and I didn't know Yonkers was a real place.
It's really weird watching American television as a British kid, so a lot of the references just go over your head. Like, people talk about, like, Cool Whip on Family Guy. That's not a thing. We don't have Cool Whip.
Cool Whip. Cool Whip, I feel that's like a type of whipped cream, right?
I don't know. We don't have Cool Whip.
I think it's a type of whipped cream that comes in a
No, it comes in
yeah,
like
no, it's whipped cream that comes in a can. Weird.
The only thing I know about it is like
We
you put it in
don't-
a spray can and you put it on pie.
Yes, that also happens.
But
I feel like
saying
that's
that,
the
do Americans if I said I'm having a pie.
I'm not American, just putting this out.
Oh,
I am
always
Canadian.
forget you're Canadian, yeah.
I am Canadian. I am
can't-
American adjacent.
Yeah.
And most of my media comes from America because Canada doesn't make a lot of big media to begin with. So American culture is, or Canadian culture is American culture, but different.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
always,
we are like a weird hybrid of American and British, with a few extra things thrown in, like projects. Maybe. Sure. Anyways, you were saying something about American culture, or American TV. It's weird watching it because some.
yeah, it's just weird. You get a lot of references that you don't really get. Like, I don't really understand stuff. But pie. This is now a different question. If someone said in Canada they're having a pie, what would you imagine that is? Is that a dessert or is that a meal?
Depends on what kind of pie.
Because in the
there's-
UK, pie, if you said to someone I'm having a pie, they would imagine you're having like a meal. But the impression I get of America is that they don't really eat pie as they have pie as their like dessert, if that makes sense. Like they have apple pie.
Yeah. Apple
stuff
pie
like
is
that.
generally, so you have a pot pie, or meat pie, which is a meal, and then there's also apple pie, and those
Yeah.
kind of things, which
That-
are dessert. So they're basically just enjoy.
Yeah, and in the UK, if you said a pie, people would imagine what you call a pot pie. I suppose.
Yeah. A pot pie or a meat pie.
Yeah.
Hello there.
But yeah, no, like an apple pie after a meal is like a pretty regular Thanksgiving thing, especially. Well, after Thanksgiving, we have a
Well,
pumpkin.
that-
Thank you very much. How's it doing?
Hello, welcome back. We're talking about American culture.
I am having a cake roll.
Mm. You doing all right, Matt?
I'm okay. I'm surviving, vibing. You know how it is. Thank you.
Not entirely sure where Volk is in regards to Sandy right now.
I mean, I feel like a lot of us are dangerously close to being NPC.
Yeah. The NPC stick is approaching.
It really is like that.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, the map changed. Spencer being back sneakily preparing stuff?
I am back. I'm sneakily preparing and listening.
Hello, you beautiful man.
It turns out that they're going to need like 3 hours to do something with the
We can't
internet.
hear
Sorry. I forgot I turned that on. It turns out they're going to need a lot longer to do. They're going to move the internet completely through the walls, so they're going to need like 3 hours. So they're just going to wait till 4. So I was just I didn't actually read the chapter on the werewolf den, but I am reading and rereading the stat block of the new and improved abbot to make sure I have it all. So if y'all want to drag yourself onto the map, if you're ready to go for this wonderful combat, Vasilka and Ireena will be with you.
Oh,
Rory's already at 2/3 because, goddamn, that empowerment cost a lot.
You have all had a long rest though, so you should have your exhaustion should be gone and you should be at full stats.
Yeah, where's the abbot? Because I said I was basically going towards him and he was like more or less in front of him.
Yeah, 1 sec.
I am, as always, in cat form on Rory's shoulders.
I've dragged it onto the map. We'll see how long it takes for the icon to show up.
Have you guys seen the new Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse leaks?
I have not.
Yes, but it's
They
a few things that I've seen.
Oh, he's big.
He
the
said,
change-
I mean, come on, look at him, he's fucking hot.
Also, here he's got cut off angel's wings, which isn't what I described, but I was making that up on the spot, so. Well, more or less on the spot. I had an idea, but I wasn't expecting you guys to come back up this way, so there we go.
Solid wings, get fucked, nerd.
Also, I'm debating whether he's going to be large or not. He is only like 8 feet tall. I will make him medium-sized. That makes more sense.
He became smaller.
Regular-sized. Yeah, so I'm just going to reread his stat block here to make sure I have everything down to go, so I've got the tactics down.
We keep surprising you.
Yes, all the time,
Sorry.
no matter what I prep.
Yeah.
This also, I know as a DM, this is my weakest part, so I'm trying to do it well.
Good thing that combat usually doesn't take long because we murder absolutely everything in 2 turns.
There are less of you.
You got 2 people down
Head of in.
there.
Oh, I should put Ireena on.
Come here.
Uh,
Come here.
Ireena.
I love you, little asshole.
That is not the right Ireena. I think this token's still. Oh, yeah, right. The token's still at the wrong thingies. She has 30 HP instead of 12.
Is that with the aid I gave her?
Yeah, everybody, not everybody, but 5 temp HP for some of you.
Yeah, it's not temp HP, it's just bonus. It's weird, I hate the way
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's confusing.
it's bonus HP.
HP that has a duration.
Yeah, I hope they clear this up when they do their rules like thing in 2024.
So, who got the temp HP from me? Or the bonus max HP?
Me, Red, and Ireena.
Ireena.
Ireena is squishy.
Thank you for
Yes.
taking care of my love.
The mace won't come up, but yeah, I need to add the mace to her character sheet still.
Yeah, she's not going to use it against anyone except for Strahd in the final battle, so that should be fine.
Particularly last week, you know? I mean, we're not going to fight Strahd, okay?
You're gonna save Strahd, obviously.
I mean,
I
I
don't
want to.
Red doesn't want to fight
Close the
him,
coffin.
I don't know.
I don't know if I told the party that yet. I don't think I did.
Told them what?
The thing with the we can put the gold, the old god back into the Emperor sarcophagus.
You told us about this.
Oh, goddamn.
Alright, so I am ready to run combat. If everybody could roll initiative for yourselves, I will sort us in the stack order. The abbot is tittering to himself, chuckling to himself. He says, "It's so obvious. This was my purpose all along. I am burdened with glorious purpose yet again. I have been filled with the revelation of the end of all things."
And my initiative's pie.
Hey.
How fitting.
Oh yeah, we do have dinner pies.
We were talking about pie earlier.
But it's
About pie earlier.
yeah, it's kind of a rare thing. Like meat pies is like poor person food, so you don't generally, if somebody says they're having pie, they're referring to dessert.
Really?
Yeah.
Meat pies are great.
They are great. I love them. We also don't really have anything like mincemeat over here. Like when you hear mincemeat pie, you think like a bunch of really poorly spiced beef jammed into a pastry.
Yeah.
That's what it is in Britain as well.
Oh, okay.
Like steak and ale pies and like beef and potato pies.
To be fair, mince pies are an abomination for a grown man. So.
I discovered I like them because I'm a very old man who likes fish and pickles and those things now. I'm even wearing a wool sweater. I become the disgusting old man, a disgrace.
Heck yeah. Embrace the oldness.
I've been told a good shepherd's pie tastes like nothing, so I had shepherd's pie once and it was actually delicious.
I make amazing shepherd's pie.
Wrong.
Yeah, you should make some and email it to us.
Yes, I will email you food through the mail. It'll be great. It'll still be warm.
Shepherd's pie is a dinner.
All that being said, shall we begin?
Yes.
Yeah.
Diana, you're up first. He appears to be unarmed. He also does not seem to be paying much attention to you guys at this moment.
I know I can't let this guy do what he wants to do. We have to
Yeah.
stop him.
You can also see that Rory has slit her palm open and is glowing with the radiant light.
Not be the weapon.
Yes, the weapon, sorry. Rory is the weapon.
I'll use my bonus action. Cast Zephyr Strike on myself.
Yeah, your clothes begin billowing with unseen wind as you become filled with the urgency of the breeze itself. The urgency.
I'll use the extra movement to reach him just with my movement, and then
Only die one round again.
God. I mean, the first round burst with Gloomstalker is a lot. So first is Dread Ambush, also gets the D8 from Zephyr Strike.
He does get the D from the Zephyr Strike.
Oh my goodness.
It was a 1 on that one. The
That'll hit.
Zephyr Strike is a 2. So that's 13 damage.
Okie doke. You have magical weapons.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the next two regular action attacks. So another 20 damage.
Yeah. Not too bad, not too bad.
I'll say to them, I apologize, but your plan can't allow it to happen. And that's the end of my turn.
He shakes his head. He says, "Plan? I don't have a plan. Don't you understand? It's not my plan. I am just a tool. I am an empty vessel too." And then I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Everyone gets advantage.
Well, everybody within 30 feet, which I believe is everybody.
Do we get advantage or plus 1?
For your aura, I think it's +1, because it's plus your charisma bonus.
Is it everyone within 10 feet or 30?
30.
10 feet, everyone at 10.
Pretty sure it's 10 for that hour and later if it's like level 17 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, for the
So
aura.
you get a +1.
I got a solid 9.
Equal to your charisma modifier. What is your charisma modifier?
Charisma modifier is 1.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a very uncharismatic paladin.
It's amazing because when your dad takes over, you actually become a better paladin.
Nice. Actually,
I think the only good one was Volk.
So the DC was 17. So
that's right. Let me
Roll.
yep, the DC was 17. So
Everyone failed except Volk.
yeah, so Volk.
I am the only wise one here.
Yes, the confusion spell, is that when you're just targeted with a spell? Could you
It's when I take damage.
when you take damage? That's what it
It's
is.
when I
Thank
take
you.
damage.
I read it earlier, but I forgot.
So close.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on me, I remember.
So everybody that got above a 17, which I believe is just Volk, you don't have to make these saving throws anymore. You automatically succeed. Everyone that failed, you are charmed by this abbot.
charmed as in like charm.
I am reading that right now. It doesn't actually specify.
Okay,
But you are charmed in the sense that it's making sense. Oddly. Like, you're going to continue on, but I will say you have disadvantage on attacks against him going forward because he's making a kind of sense. Like, you haven't exactly had great experiences here. It's a pretty miserable place, and it seems like maybe it is just better to end it all. So he's making sense in a way that you would not otherwise be convinced by his words.
So
with the exception of
I've been
Volk.
really done-
Sorry.
I've been really done this whole campaign. I have Fey ancestry, which means I have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. and
You
I
do.
have to use
So then you would have succeeded, yes. I also did make a mistake way back in the session 0. Elves are not affected by the ghoul poison or the ghoul paralysis, so you would have been fine. Just 18 sessions later, much regret.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rory would have potentially not died then. Interesting.
Well, Rory's not an elf.
Yeah, but Rory wasn't paralyzed. Rory just got eaten because everyone else was
That's true.
paralyzed.
That's true.
Yeah,
Anyway. Best laid plans and all that.
yeah.
So, yes, he is speaking a lot of sense, and you get this impression that maybe this really was the plan all along, and maybe this guy has kind of a point, and yeah, like, it's convincing in an unsettling way. He is then going to extend his hand in front of him, and shimmering out of light in front of him appears this long, drooping chain. It wraps seemingly painfully up and around his arm, and at the very end of it is this inverted skull with spikes driven through it. And he catches it as it comes out of midair, and he winces because the chain bites into his flesh, and you can see bits of blood drip down his arm. And he looks at you, Rory, and he says, "Morning Lord indeed." And then he's going to attack you twice with the flail.
Crit again.
That's 17
That hits.
and a 28.
Second roll hits. On the dodge thing on the first one.
It's not a crit, so it's just the 7 plus 3.
Just.
No, the 7 plus 14. Is it?
For me. Yeah, 7 plus. It is 7 plus 14.
I should turn off the auto damage roll. And that's 7 plus 16. Why did it do the auto crit again?
Because you clicked the first one twice.
I did. There's the damage for the second one.
So 7 plus 4? 21. I'm down. No, wait, it's 19. I'm not down.
Yeah, he is then going to spin around in place with the rest of you, and he says, "Do you not understand? We can wake the sleeping serpent. We can finally put an end to all of this madness." That's Roy's turn.
Oh, do I get to save again because I got damage?
Yes, you would. Thank you
So
for reminding me.
got them twice, so I will just click the advantage and see if one of them is fine.
That's the description of the ability. It is not particularly clear.
So normally with Charm, every time you get damaged, you can save again. So I saved twice. With
Yup.
this 2, I would be not charmed anymore. And just shake my head and like, huh. Yeah, we are gonna do exactly that, but not like you think. And I'm gonna do the Avenger Center again. So wait, did I have it in here somewhere? Yeah. These are the charisma save from the.
Yeah. So, charisma save. He's good at those. 17. He's okay.
And after that, I'm gonna attack him with my blade.
Hot damn!
Does he count as undead?
He is not. He is resistant to the radiant.
Or not pushing your push it off.
He is not. He is resistant to the radiant, however.
Fuck.
Yep.
If I hadn't done that, I would do like twice as much damage.
So, we're looking at...
You can attack radiant or not, but I guess I would use the radiant, so it is 27 halved, so 13.
He takes that.
No, I will make my point. This is not about being efficient. This is about sending a message. So that is my turn, and then Ireena comes up. And just where is it? Smacks them twice. I'm guessing the second one might hit for 5.
Yeah, the 18 will hit. She has a silvered short sword, right?
Yep.
He does not have vulnerability to silver, so it is still halved. Yes, she runs up after you and stabs into him. And Rory, I imagine you are still moving this thing around you in a glowing figure 8. So she comes in the midst of all of your swinging and just stabs at him and then pulls away back behind the defensive swirling of the chain. And we come to Redmond's turn. So Redmond, he is facing away from you. He has a flail of his own with a pinhead-like skull on the end of it. And he has just hit Rory.
Rory looks like she's close to collapsing, by the way.
What? That makes sense, but at the same time, why are you doing this? And then... Okay, maybe we should all calm down and go from there. And I will cast... No, fuck that. No. Yeah, I'll cast Calm Emotions.
Alright, so we're looking at a wisdom saving throw. No, charisma saving throw.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose to fail.
11? It's a fail.
Yeah.
Also, you managed to do your charisma saves against him. That's so unfair.
Yeah.
Hello, Rory.
So you are still charmed, but this is not an effect that would hurt him.
I can choose myself as well.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So you're going to calm everybody down.
I want everyone to just chill the fuck out.
Okay. So can we get a wrestling promo? Everybody, cool out! Listen to me, brother. You're getting all up in arms.
We're getting hot and heavy, really sweaty. Maybe we should calm down, sip some protein shake, relax.
All right. So this expels from Redmond's mouth as if he's been possessed again, and everybody needs to make that saving throw.
Or you can choose to fail.
Or you can choose to fail.
I choose to fail.
So Rory, Volk, and Rory, again, as Ireena, are fine.
So I choose, if the creature fails a saving throw, choose one of the following two effects. You can suppress any effect causing the target to be charmed or frightened. Yeah, so I will do that.
Ah, smart.
Okay, then
All right.
Ireena fail. I never saw
And
anyone...
Rory and Volk were already not charmed right now anyways, so
Yeah.
we were fine.
Because I got smacked really hard.
All right. So that happens. I believe you clear the aura of false divinity from everybody then, if your allies all choose to fail. You choose one of the effects.
Yes, I chose the.
Do you choose per creature, or do you choose for the whole spell?
Choose. The creature fails to save. Oh, yeah, I choose the creature. It seems from the wording.
Okay.
So I would like to choose. Everyone. Yeah. Okay. Everyone. Yeah. No. Okay. Everyone's no double charge. If they fail.
That's from his character sheet.
Brilliant. Yep. That's it.
Yep. So he failed, but he is fine.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Anything else you would like to do on your turn?
No. Oh, yes. Actually, I will cast Shoulder.
Okay.
I can't do that because they're two spells. I will end my turn.
You're right.
Okay. Let's all talk about this. Wait. What's going on?
That brings us to Volk's turn. Volk, there has been many charms flown around, lots of words in the air. Rory's almost dead. What would you like to do?
Volk is currently sitting on Rory's shoulders, kind of wrapped around, and they get like a Cheshire cat grin on their face, and then they are going to jump off of Rory's shoulders, and whilst in the air, shift into a cave bear between the Abbot and Rory in an attempt to essentially bodily shove Rory out of his area of influence.
That would certainly work. So Rory, you are shoved 5 feet back if you acquiesce as this cave bear emerges in front of you.
Yeah.
10 feet back because I am now a large beast.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And then multi-attack. The bear makes 2 attacks, one with its bite and one with its claw.
And they are magical because of your level.
They are magical because I am a magical bear. A 16 and a 20.
The 20 will hit.
So I think I'm gonna flavor the bite as being like an intimidation thing, and then the claw is the actual attack. Like the bite is a misdirect.
That works.
Volk still has a Cheshire cat grin despite now being a bear.
A Cheshire bear grin.
Exactly. And kind of faints forward with their jaws, and whilst this planar entity kind of ducks out of the way a little, the claw comes around and just smashes into his shoulder, doing 10 slashing damage.
All right.
Which counts as magical for the purpose of overcoming resistances. Magical.
He is approaching bloodied at this point.
That was fast.
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn, or do you just want to stand there?
Well, I used my bonus attack. I used my bonus action, and I used my action. So no, I believe that is all they physically do.
Good.
They will glance back at Rory with a concerned expression on their faces. Hey.
That works. By the way, Matt, did you want Vasilka to do anything? She's very confused.
I just want Vasilka to be safe.
Do you want to tell her to do something?
Yeah, Vasilka, do you want to just be safe, okay? Just get behind that cover again, okay? All right.
She will do so. So she can use all of her movement to go and hide. The abbot will look wildly around at all of you and say, "Don't you understand? Don't you see what I see?" And we come back to Diana.
Oh god, okay.
I'm so sorry that we have to kill him twice.
Yeah.
And it's Red's fault.
What the?
I will remind Diana of that afterwards.
Oh, don't.
No, I'm gonna give Diana shit this time.
I feel like. Go ahead.
It's fine, I'm just gonna roll my 2 attacks and then offhand attack.
First one and last one hit, so we're looking at 28.
20. Nice.
He is now bloodied.
Rolls. I still, I have no idea how you came to this conclusion, but I don't think there's any convincing you out of it.
He is going to lock eyes with you and he's going to say, "If you don't see what I see, then perhaps you should open your eyes to the light." And then he's going to point at you, and I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please, as bursting up from the ground beneath you comes a brilliant beam of sunlight that shines from under your feet and bursts rocketing upward into the sky.
Okay, 3.
Oh boy.
Okay.
There it comes, and that one.
This is the 30-foot radius. Do you want to move Vasilka off of the map real quick, Matt, since she went and hid? I'm going to need Volk and Redmond to make this save as well. Sorry. It is a large thing.
Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Oof.
So all 3 of you fail.
Don't think that's a
So 36 radiant damage.
8d8. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
And now, where is the draw? Where's the draw
I'm also
function?
gonna make another roll because there's another roll I need. Okay, I'm safe. I'm safe from my madness, at least for now.
I'm pretty sure that it would hit me as well because there's 30-foot radius.
I'm going to draw it on the map real quick.
The 30-foot radius was like very far. That is not 30-foot radius, it's 30-foot diameter. And even that would
You're right. Oh, you're right. That would hit everybody,
easily.
including himself. My apologies, everybody. Again, new stat block I've never read before.
So it is very unlikely, but in theory he could insta-kill me with that if he rolls 47.
It's just a 36. I'm not gonna do the roll.
Yeah, I go down. Well,
So much for getting Rory out of the danger zone.
no.
There we go. That's 30.
That thing
Alright.
is enormous.
So you are all now surrounded by brilliant, blinding light that's blasting up from the ground beneath you. Ashes are flying throughout the air, and he just laughs maniacally. And he says, the end of all things is at hand. Everything has led to this moment. The blood war, the creation of the plains, Coralon and Grumsh's war, the ancients. It is here. The end is here. The four are coming.
Why is that not working?
Death save, please. Success.
36.
Ireena. Silver short sword.
36 minus 11.
18 is on a
Yeah, you hit him.
second level.
25.
This is mine.
So,
Is that the right one? That is not the right one. So 1d8 missing. So 7 silver piercing with a whole 11 radiant, and I think that both have, so that would be 9. And then she's going to do another attack and miss.
Rip. Yeah, so she runs in and stabs it. She can barely see for all the
I'm
light.
so stupid. Ireena could just lay on hands me and then I would have my turn. Doesn't
It's
matter.
okay.
I usually have Rory go first and then Ireena, and I forgot that Ireena.
She is then going to crouch on the ground next to you and try to shield your body from the radiant damage.
It ended on his turn, right? Because
Well, until the end of his next turn, but the
Yeah.
one yet.
Oh, this is just what she does as a character, and she says, "We need to get out. We need to get this done with fast. We're not going to survive long against that thing." Red's turn.
wonderful.
Oh shit! Each creature that ends its turn there must make saves again.
Yep.
Also, I forgot to do with Ireena before. What was it again? Constitution. If she fails it, she's dead anyway. Yeah, she gets instant knocked out.
Yep.
Um,
KO.
And she has one successful death save. If she has death saves.
She should, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then, right. Let's do this. I will go with.
Wait, Rory would also have a failed death save because she can't do the save while she's unconscious, so she gets damaged.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm.
fine.
One fail, one
She
success.
would be dead.
No, it's just a one failure because it doesn't crit. It's a
No, it does 30. Oh, wait, right, I have 45.
Yeah.
In theory, I would have like 16 negative HP, but it doesn't work like this. And this is
No, no.
bad.
This isn't amazing. You know what's dying.
I like that. I'm at 3 deaths already with this character. I will go for 2 digits. And if I can't do it alone, I will have to just get another one of me so they can double die every time. Easy. Also, now you're gonna make me not dead.
Yeah. So how are you gonna save the situation, Redmond?
Yeah, I will take an opportunity attack if I move over here.
He will do that. He will swing his flail at you.
Thank you.
Oh boy. Goodbye.
All right.
Goodbye.
So that's 28, 45.
Wait, is that 45?
I think so, unless I did the math wrong.
25. And you took the radiant from the AoE before as well.
Fuck.
Pretty sure you have that, because I don't think you have more than 70 HP.
I have 79. 74.
What? Huh?
Oh,
Yep.
no. Right now I have 42.
Yeah, but you wouldn't go your negatives below. You wouldn't go your full health into the negatives, so you'll just be unconscious.
How do you have so much HP? Jesus Christ.
Paladin?
I'm a paladin. So I'm just down. I'm just down.
You would be unconscious if you are at 0 HP, which I believe you are.
In my last breath, I shout, Azilka, I need your help.
Okay.
And that's it. I'm done.
Redmond goes unconscious. What does Vizilka do when she hears Redmond call?
She likes Redmond, so I assume she's going to help, right?
Yeah.
But what does she feel about her creator? Would you like to? Okay, she feels conflicted, but she says she's going to help. So she'll run over 65 feet.
I think, for the purposes of roleplay, she doesn't really recognize this person. The person she knew was very different. This is some sort of new thing that is very clearly not friendly.
Then she'll run over here on the periphery on the end of hand.
Okay. So she will end her turn outside of the radiance. We come to Volk's turn.
Another save.
Volk.
End of their turn, right?
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
End
end
of
of their
turn.
turn. So you have a chance to drag some people out if you want.
In theory, Ireena didn't manage to get the whole, 10 damage off because she was knocked out before that.
Was she?
Yeah, because she failed to save, but I forgot to save for her.
Ah well.
I know it's the end of the turn, right? So she.
No, on the initial damage, because the 36 she had 35 HP and dead. So we didn't take that attack for her, and that would give her this well sword back all, even though it doesn't do anything.
It is only for one of the idol's turns, so it'll be gone in a minute, or like 6 seconds.
Yeah, at the start of that, it's just gonna be gone. Or at the end, I think. Doesn't make a difference.
I think I don't have my large healing spells, unfortunately. Volk is focused, and I think they are going to attack. That's a miss.
Second one hits.
17.
That's,
Jesus.
Hot damn.
Oh no, it rolled
For the crit,
it
yeah.
rolled the crit,
Yeah,
but the first attack is
17 is
It's
normal.
pretty high.
yeah, 17 damage to this man.
So he already looked barely held together. This really hurts him badly.
Volk roars and just bears down this man with their claws, just like digging into his. He's looking at me, right?
Yes.
Just like the claws go, like digging into his shoulders, bearing down on him.
Bearing down on him, yes.
Unintentional fun. Just angry there. I think in the middle of combat is the only time when the madness does not set in regards to serious situations being funny. Because Volk tends to have a one-track mind, and when they are in
Instinct
combat,
takes over, yeah.
that track is instinct, and their conscious mind kind of recedes for the purpose of combat. Anyways, I'm going to make a Constitution save against. It was a Constitution save, right?
Yes.
Against the magical effect. That is a fail.
36.
Well, I don't have to worry about madness because I'm unconscious.
Hey. Look at his face. Look at him.
So
His
the
face of realization that this stupid AoE is so strong and that he's killing his players right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
You have to kill
so
him
what happens?
in this turn.
What happens is the bear just bears down on him, claws digging into his shoulders and his chest, and then shrinks down into a cat and falls to the ground.
Now listen, I made some choices here. I'm not saying they're good choices, but I'm not going to say they're bad choices either.
No, we're fine.
We come to Diana's turn.
Could you shrink me back to
Yes, sorry.
medium token size?
Healing
Thank you.
spirit on. I won't do yellow. I'll do like pink. That area as bonus action.
Okie doke. Get fucked, Rory.
Understandable, she wants me dead.
I don't want you dead.
Not
actually.
a Dora, Diana.
No, my flaw. This is my flaw. If I can post it in chat, I'll just put it
I
in
don't want
chat.
to see it. Don't want to see it.
You don't want to see it? Okay, I won't post it.
If the character wants to tell us about it,
Oh, but now I'm curious.
Her flaw is that she values the lives of some over others.
Understandable.
And then I will make 2 attacks against the abbot.
You can do that.
1, 2.
First one hits.
First one hits. Minimum damage roll. Surge. 8 slashing.
He is still up.
Get the fuck out.
You can certainly do that. He will take an opportunity attack.
Use his reaction on
He
that.
already took
Oh, you're right. It's only been the same round. Never mind.
In these attacks, so double no.
What's that?
Zephyr Strike also blocks opportunity attacks.
Thank you.
Do I have Zephyr Strike on him?
Yeah,
Okay.
you still can concentrate on the thing. I think you would have lost concentration.
Oh yeah, for 36 damage it would have been gone.
But he already used
Regardless, his reaction's spent.
I'll make a con save anyway, because there's a... No, I can't.
Yeah. Idle's turn. So,
Healing Spirit gone?
No, it's still up there.
Oh,
No, it's the idol's turn.
it was just
Well,
an
anyway.
right thing gone. I just
Because
wanted
of
to
the new concentration.
So the light disappears, and he looks over all that he has wrought, and he looks back to you, Diana, and he says, and there's one made just for your kind. You were close to him once, Drow. The Elf Eater comes. And then he is going to flap his vestigial wings and charge at you with 2 flail attacks.
Ah,
Goodbye.
mess.
Oh,
Mess.
2 misses. Hot damn. Yeah, so he bears down upon you and is now towering over you. And he's just laughing to himself. He says, the Elf Eater comes. They all come. Death save, please. Sorry.
I'm so glad I got dual wielder, guys. Yes.
Rory needs to make a death save. An important one.
you are not pressing the button again, Spencer.
An important death save. So you're 2 to 1, right?
I'm 2 to 1.
Yeah. 1 for Ireena, please.
Ireena has the thing, the healing spirit, 1d6.
You're right, sorry. The rest of you wake up on your turns.
Yeah,
So-
first of all.
So Ireena's up.
The thing real quick. Ireena has 4 HP.
And some lay on hands.
She has some lay on hands. Eh. Well, she's what, level 5, right?
Yep.
She's gonna pump all of them into her. She won't lose her again. My reasoning.
Yeah, so she'll run over to you and do a baseball slide to your side and grab your face in her hands. And she says, the rest of you see her say, don't die, please, Rory, you can't die again. I need you. I love you. And you will wake up with 20 HP,
25.
25 HP. Yes, because 5 times 5 is 25. Thank you.
That's odd. I know you're usually a Rory go first and then Ireena. Can we switch it around?
It doesn't matter. You share initiative because she's essentially. I don't remember exactly how the sidekick rules work from the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Most of the times you can choose who goes first.
Yeah,
so
but you share. I'm doing it so you share initiative slots with apprentices.
I wanted to have the death save just for the suspense.
Hmm.
I'm gonna gently cast her cheek with my very cut open and very bleeding hands from when I empowered my Morning Star. And I'm just gonna take my where is it? My light crossbow with one of the, well, I guess silver doesn't do anything different, so I will just aim steady and shoot the fucker with my crossbow. 26, that is not radiant damage, so that's 21 half.
Alright.
So I shoot him in the back.
He takes it. It pings right between his shoulder blades, and the wings quiver slightly with the pain. But he is still up.
And I guess I can stand up because I have 2 movement. And I can't move. So I'm still prone. Just give Ireena a reaffirming smile. It's gonna be okay. I'm not gonna leave you again.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can get me back and kill me again. I can come back.
She nods. She says, "I will do it. I swear to God, I will find a way to bring you back and kill you again."
I know you're.
Redmond and Vasilka get to go.
Yep. Redmond will come. How many? 2d6?
1d6.
Is it 1d6?
Yeah, 1d6.
It's not much, but it's just enough to bring you back.
It is such an optimal position that we died in.
Yep.
So it really is.
Like, oh no, all my friends are dead, and they will all die now.
All my friends are dead.
Oh, they're all in a square area, a very small
Oh, how
area.
convenient.
Volk is dying. I will.
Volk will be back at the beginning of their turn.
I will.
If they're in the spirit area.
I would like to run up here and draw my sword.
You can do this.
As I run by, I say, "Does a great job," and
She is confused.
Give me a hand with this one, will you? And then I would like to lay on hands myself. So,
Touch yourself. I see.
no, I'll touch myself with 30 health, sorry.
That works.
And then I'd like the bonus action using the shield.
All right. You glow with radiant energy.
It's like getting your child to beat up an old guy.
Yep.
It makes me feel bad, and I hope you enjoy this.
I
Yeah,
do.
I wonder whose fault that is.
So I'm just grabbing up the 6 cards.
I arranged the pieces in what I think is a clever way, even if the execution is always a little rough.
They'll come up and do what she has seen Redmond do, which is beat the shit out of people.
Yeah, she flings her arms bodily at him, the muscles seeming to pull too hard on her bones as she swings.
Wait for what? It does?
I'm just being poetic in my descriptions. It's a horror game. Okay, the second one hits.
Yeah, for 14 plus.
That is how much HP he has
You're
left.
forgetting to press button again.
That is how much HP he has left.
Wait for
Hey,
what?
let's go look up.
No way.
7 HP. Yeah.
Silka just
No, that's poetic. That sheet open.
defeated by...
Basilka gets this.
So here's what happens. She, listening to you, she runs up behind him and she swings her arms like clubs and smashes him on the back of the head. And he collapses under this, dropping the chain with the skull. And he turns back and looks up at her. And he says, "You. I made you. Don't you understand? Child, there is no purpose. All things end." And then she just swings her hand down again and bashes his face in, and he falls to the ground. And so, as she did this, you can see that a number of this very hard to see seams on her arms have sort of pulled apart a little bit. Nothing's come loose, but she is clearly more constructed at this point. The combat caused her to be a little more Frankenstein's monster. And so she just looks down at her now bloodied hands, and she looks at the abbot, and a look of recognition passes over her face. And she looks to you, Redmond, and she opens her mouth again, seeming like she wants to say something, but can't, because she doesn't speak.
I will come to this guy. I'm so sorry, and I'll go, try and bring him for a hug. This is, Victor defeated by Frankenstein, right? Like, anyway, I'll try and embrace myself for a hug. You see.
She will return the hug, and she's thinking really hard, and then you hear a very quiet sound in your ear. It's Father.
Fuck! Fucking dads ruining shit.
All that's fucking suck in this game. Every single one.
Sucks.
No comment on art imitating life.
Yes.
Yes, but she will return the hug, and she's thinking very hard.
You did well.
Bro, you're slowly gonna make her way over.
Ireena is going to try to grab you as you pass, but you slip out of her fingers, and she says, "Rory, don't start." Oh, gods.
I'm just kneeling down next to the abbot. I'm getting on my knife and just plunge it into his chest.
You can certainly do that. There's a dull thunk, and as you pull it apart, he is surprisingly meaty on the inside. There is not much ethereal about him in the end.
I tried to make sure for doesn't look, or at least like.
How long does the healing spirit last?
It goes away after you get healed. If you get it, it has 3
Okay.
uses. So,
3 uses. How convenient.
yeah. 2 plus 1. Wismod +1.
I give Red a look and like, don't bring him back again.
I think we should bury him.
This is the second time I got my head bashed in by him and this stupid flail. I'm not gonna have it happen a third time.
We will not be doing that. He has chosen his path, and his path is hurtful to others.
Then I would say it's unnecessary.
I'm gonna stand up afterwards. Go over to Diana. I'm just gonna stand right in front of her, look her stern in the eyes. You know what? I'm done with you. I don't have to try and reason with you. Every single time I do anything, if I do something that is, well, considerably bad, you give me shit for it, which is okay. When I try my best to save our party, to help other people, you give me shit as well. Saying I'm manipulative and trying to do whatever every single time someone else fucks up. Like our dear Redmond here, with the hag, other just a little accident. With the abbot that he revived, that killed us twice, almost. That can happen, it's nothing bad. Or down there in the crypt, with Strahd, where we had 4 of us down, bleeding out, close to death, where I just tried to save people. You give me shit for that afterwards as well. And you know what? I don't care anymore. I don't care about you. I've had enough of you. I won't try to reason or argue with you, because there's no reasoning with you. So, enjoy. And I'm just gonna walk over to Ireena. My cat agrees because my cat came over for that.
If you think your actions are similar to Redmond's, then you must be blind. If you think that you have earned the same level of trust as him, then you're delusional.
I don't care where it does. I just know that my actions usually try to keep the party safe, especially the 2 that are important to me, while Redmond's actions, no matter how well he means, put us in great danger and almost killed some of us. Actually killed me once, to be perfectly honest. Like, what, 4 times? 5 times? Well. Anyway, just wanted to get that off my chest. And I did, so nothing more needs to be said.
I look at it. Do you wish to say something? I have a lot to say.
I don't think I have anything to say. Just that.
I will say, Diana, the words of Strahd echo in your memory. Choose someone better to serve my sentence.
I look at Rory. What the... Why are you saying this now? In such a way where I thought you were changing. I thought you were seeking a better path, but it seems that you're just blinded in some way, whether it be by this religion or by your own righteous actions. What? Why?
It's quite simple. I thought the new and better me had to please anyone, everyone, with whatever I tried. I have seen all it did is the exact opposite. I know that I can't convince Diana, and I will stop trying. And I've accepted that you... you are a fool. But you have a good heart. But goddamn Red, your good heart and your goodwill leads to usually me and Ireena bleeding out on the floor. A bit too often. Just needed to be said.
Where does that leave us?
Oh, I just wanted to get that off my chest. I'm fine.
I don't think you can blame Redmond for you getting in the face of the abbot and then reaping the consequences.
I guess I'm done talking with you. I will not try to reason with you.
Ireena will interject at this point and she will say, everyone else can do it. Why is it different when Rory sacrifices herself for the greater good?
Because she doesn't sacrifice herself. She... and you see kind of like Redmond shaking at this point, like, not with anger, but with just unfocused adrenaline. Because when she sacrifices, she doesn't do it for the sake of others. She doesn't do it deep down. She does it either for you or herself. I thought maybe you were goals of this law would be a conduit for one of the better. It's not, is it? It's not just a way to make you feel better about yourself, Rory. And that's all that matters in the end. How you feel about yourself and how Ireena sees you. But in the end, you don't really care. You don't care deep down about any of this. Putting from the pit. I'm sorry to say, I don't think I can help you, and I don't think you want my help. And I am uncomfortable traveling to try and end this plague on this land.
I risk my life over and over again, trying to protect not only Ireena and myself, but also you. I tried to stop us from dying in this land. Maybe at the beginning it was for my own good, because I didn't want to travel alone. Right now, it's not. If I wanted, I could go to Strahd, he would take me by his side, I could live whatever I want to. I don't want that. I want to make this world better. I don't care if you don't accept my sacrifice as being for the greater good of other people. Apparently, if I sacrifice myself for Ireena, it doesn't count, because I don't fucking know why. How does that make sense? If you sacrifice yourself for others, it is because of your great heart. If I sacrifice myself for the others, oh, it's just because you care for one person, that doesn't count. That is fucking stupid.
When have you willingly sacrificed yourself?
When was it? Let me think. It was about 10 hours ago in the crypt when you fucking idiots tried to keep fighting Strahd that could have easily killed every single one of us in the moment if we wanted to. And I didn't sacrifice myself at that point for Ireena. I sacrificed myself at that point to stop Strahd from killing you guys. Because Ireena was fine. She was sleeping in the bag. Strahd didn't want to kill her. He would never kill her. All the people that he would have killed would have been you two, because you two are so fucking headstrong that you can't accept defeat no matter the situation. Is it so fucking hard for you to lose one tiny battle just so that you don't lose everything?
I will make sure I lose nothing so others lose them. That is the way it is, and that is the way it is. Rory? Rory. You make me tired, and I am so very tired.
What's really happened in that dungeon is not that you sacrificed yourself, it's that you saw you had a difference of opinion and you decided that your opinion was valued higher than mine or higher than Redmond's. What gave you the right to use your vampire powers to charm me, to make me vulnerable?
I don't have a comment for that, because you're right. I did not have the right to do that, but I didn't have any options. At least that's how I saw it in the moment. Well, I can say with certainty I'm not going to do it again.
Volk has a bucket of popcorn and...
Oh god, no.
Honestly, me too. The Strahd in me is absolutely delighted. This worked out way better than I could have hoped. But the Spencer in me is getting contact anxiety. So I am very delighted, but this hurts.
This is actually like this is really bad. Like, this is really bad.
To be meta for a moment, this sounds like a party-breaking argument.
It is a party breaking up.
Spencer.
How do we feel about breaking the party?
Spencer.
Yes.
The thing you talked about, the new
DM me real quick.
I will do that in Discord, so that it is not.
Yes.
I think that if we are talking meta, if we were to break the party, we should probably ask. If we're gonna make a decision to break the party, we should ask. We should have Drew and Vicky weigh in which side they would land on, I suppose, because I don't know if I don't think Spencer's considering running 2 games, but if we're only going to be running 1, we should probably stick with the party that has the most of us in it.
I mean, this
Yeah.
is more like Rory NPC, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I will say what I'm thinking. What I would be interested in doing is Volk, I'm assuming, is going to go with Rory, and Ireena is going to go with Rory.
Volk will always go with Rory.
Yeah, and then we're going to have Diana and Redmond. Now, would Rory and Volk be going to see that the mongrel folk are safe, or would you want to go and do your own thing for a little while?
Honestly,
I feel like the mongrel folk. I feel like the mongrel folk is what the others are doing, right?
Yeah. My wondering, my consideration is, what would you like to do if we were to break the party? My thinking is I could run it as, like we'd break the session into maybe 2 hours with one party, 2 hours with the other party, or we could switch every other weekend. Like you go to Dad's house and you go to Mom's house, sort of a thing. Just for the duration of the party being split. I don't intend to have this be forever. You're going to circle back around and find each other again, I imagine, even if it's just to kill one another. But here's my thinking. If we were to break the party and you guys walk your separate ways, where would you be going next?
I think
That's the thing, I don't know where Rory would go. She doesn't really have a goal besides staying with Ireena and being dragged along the way.
I mean, so the party's like, we're not traveling at this point.
That's what I'm imagining, yeah.
If the party splits, we're, yeah.
So I was thinking that maybe it'd be a good idea to, see this argument come to its conclusion, and then end the session, and then we talk about this over the week.
That could work too.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like in the next couple of days.
Yeah. To help flavor that talking, my impression at the moment is that Volk is going to want to go right to Yester Hill and the Wizard of Wines. And I imagine Rory and Ireena will follow.
Yeah, if Rory doesn't have a direction, Volk will 100% be like, well, I have a place that I need to go.
Okay.
And this is where it is.
And then I am imagining that the Diana Redmond party would be headed to the Werewolf Den to deal with that whole mess.
and after that, potentially, and the temple for Diana.
Okay. And then I imagine the Rory Volk party would probably go to Berez next, right? Because you saw that old crone, and heard about her hut.
Yeah, either that or Amber
I need
Temple.
to... It would be funny if we met up again at the Ember Temple. Just by accident.
Okay.
Sense of smiling makes me think that's gonna be fun.
Yeah. This hurts quite a bit,
That was not my intention.
but it also feels very true to the fracturing alliances that we've had in the party for a while. Hopefully, we still have a happy ending, but I am.
This party has never been a cohesive whole.
Nope.
in the beginning it was just okay. Yeah, if we split up, we die. So I guess we might as well stay together. For
Yeah.
now.
I'm happy to have a sad ending, but you know, the audience and me wants a happy ending.
Happy ending
Yeah.
comes at the end, and I wanna, I know what Diana wants to do.
Okay.
So, and I'm gonna message you about it. Spencer.
Beautiful. So I will say for the end of this session, I know we're ending a bit early, and I'm sorry about that. Also, I'm sorry that this session was a bit of a mess. As usual, I prepped all the wrong things and didn't prep the right things. Thank you for your patience. We will end Strahd's voice echoing through Diana's mind. Think on who would be a fitting replacement. Who could stand as in the jaws of this prison, forever suffering for others?